Man, that like fucking sucks. There's really nothing better. What happened to that other light, dude? Fuck. Fucking fine, I guess. Maybe I can change where the light is. Ooh. I'll go out here. Actually, ain't a bad idea. Hey, let's see what's here. Yeah, I like it. Okay. Just kind of relax there. Yeah. Okay. That's a little bit better. Kind of. A little better, I guess. Edible time, Lamau. That's not what I got. I need a better spot for that light, actually. I got edibles. Oh, you do? Oh, shit. Alright. Once I've sit around for months. Oh, damn. Finally tapping into those bad boys. Oh, fuck. Okay, this is bad. Oh. There we go. Fuck that. That was painful. Oh. Let's do this here real quick first. Let's set a couple things up here now. Wait, wrong shit. No, don't connect to that. Come on. There we go. Cool. Got that connected. Sweet. Alright. Alright. My goodness. How you doing, baby? Get a little something to treat on. Here. Here, little baby. Up. Come on. You're kind of lazy right now. That's a very lazy attempt. Jeez. My goodness, Sukov. Love him, but man, he's a lazy boy sometimes. Lazy boy. Honestly, quite unapprovable. Very disapprovable. But hey, he's nothing but a sweet boy at heart. Can't be too mad at him now. Can't be too mad at the boy. Right, just do this real quick. Sweet. It's time to crack up our Twisted experience with the tea. Ugh. Sweet little boy. Damn bladder. Wow. Man, I gotta like address all the scenarios. Gotta address my charger scenario. I gotta address my goddamn fucking speaker and background music, Zukov, bodily functions. Like fucking hell. Everything's starting to come into fruition all at once. So I can't truly get settled down here, damn it. Like, come on now. You have to let me know how those edibles affect you. See if, you know, there's any little bit of change. I feel like they probably will wear out after a while, considering that you have them sit around for a few months. Got the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. There you go. Ooh. Man, my goodness. What the fuck? Oh my god. Really? There we go. Much better. Okay, okay. Let's get this another boat loaded. Yeah, so it's nice and slowly but surely inebriated. Just for the fun of the evening. Oh my goodness. Honestly, I feel like I have been fucking bored out of my entire mind today. Just a fucking slow ass day. Slow as hell, barely nothing going on. It's like great. Then there's like a little walkthrough too tomorrow that I did not know about until I was just leaving. So yeah, I'm leaving work, being like, alright, all done, see you guys. And it's like, hey, this looks good for the walkthrough tomorrow. I'm like, what? There's that tomorrow? Like, oh god, okay. Kinda sucks I have to work tomorrow because I have to now also deal with that bullshit. Yay. Different little things on a tube that I can go check out later. So that's gonna be sweet. What the fuck is this? So let's New York City homeless man mugs a good Samaritan and gives him a coat. There's a video on this too where it shows it. It's like Jesus. All the comments are, of course, you know, perfect Sebastian Santini nuance. A lot of people are mentioning that, you know, maybe, you know, even if you are, you know, doing some good deeds, maybe it's best to not necessarily do them, you know, for certain situations. Like if you see someone asleep and not necessarily putting something on them. because they might freak the fuck out, which is, I guess, an understandable position. Oh damn, JSC Psychology, or the Criminal Psychology channel, that fucking got taken down? What? That's some bullshit. It's like, goddamn. Not even like a educational fucking like criminal psychology fucking channel like JSC can fucking, you know, be safe from YouTube, dude. What the fuck? That's just some garbage. Wow. Guess the Oregon Supreme Court wants to see if fucking Nick Kristoff can even run. It's like, dude, I'm pretty sure the dude is not qualified. Wow. That's just kind of sad, silly, and stupid all in one. I have a feeling they're probably not gonna let him do it, but there's also the chance that they're probably gonna let him run. Which will suck and it'll be stupid. And I have a feeling he might actually gain support because of that. Because, like, see, he's fighting against the system that's, you know, trying to go against him and blah, 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 and all this other shit. So. Oh, I'm sure that was be so peachy keen. Oh, so peachy keen. Ooh. Read some of the comments about him, and there's just a lot of shit that basically just saying that this dude like ain't gonna fucking get any support, especially all of this. Any attempt to perform electronics rocket surgery is difficult. Electronics rocket surgery. Yeah, bring some of the comments of what people are saying about this whole like thing on this whole Reddit thing I found about the Oregon Supreme Court. I guess, you know, gonna rule on whether he can, this little dork ass Christoph Corona or not, which I doubt is gonna really do anything. And besides, a lot of people are saying it's like, yeah, this isn't really gonna help him at all. So. Trying to fix the long-standing issue of Logan's electric drone step. Sweet. It'd be cool to get that thing back and running again. I like his whole Wikipedia page. Like, oh my god. Christoph Farms is Apple Orchard and Grapevine, located in Wine Valley, U.S. Nearest. Yeah. We have one potential reason why. Wait to need for parts to continue diagnosis. This dipshit was born in Chicago, so to say, like, oh my god. There's like a whole fucking thing dedicated to him called Prizes. Wow. Oh my god, there's just straight up a whole, like, gross ass fucking, so, like, dude, his wiki pages on, like, the Christoph Farms, his fucking wiki page entirely, it's all cringe and gross, especially considering how, like, flared up and, like, flabbergasted it is. Christian Nationalist Brigade at Clackamas County Board meeting. Christian Nationalists? Oh my god. So a bunch of far-right nationalistic fucking theocrats barge in at the local county board meeting. Oh my god. I hate how I have to live in an area that is surrounded by a bunch of fucking psychos like that. That claimed Trump or Tootsie told him fuck off. Nice. Wow. So even like other Trumpy type of people are just like, nope, fuck off, you're annoying. You're disrupting our process here. Tootsie Smith, yeah, I'm familiar with her. Kind of. I love it, wow. We're gonna be too crazy even for the Trump crowd. Well, at least they, okay, good. At least they don't live here. They're just a bunch of psycho dumb fucks that decide to, you know, barge in a place they don't even belong in. It's because they don't even live here. Clark County in Idaho? Of course. Why am I not surprised? Of course it's gonna be the backwoods fucking Idaho and Clark County. Pretty sure the Venn diagram of the Cowboys is a circle. Yeah. Yeah, it's just literally a circle. The Pope's rips anti-vaxxers. Okay, that's awesome. The Pope went after anti-vaxxers. Okay, that's based. I hate the Pope, but you know what? I like it when people rip at anti-vaxxers, so that's always fun. You are sin upon God, and you must ask for forgiveness for your anti-vax takes. Say 8,000 Hail Marys and get a vaccine, you fool. Ave Maria, DeSantis. Amen. Sure, so whatever the fucking weird gibberish you're gonna speak. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. That's awesome. I mean, fuck you for everything else, but that I like that. I like how even like other like national leaders are even just stop giving a fuck, where they're just like, nah, these anti-vaxxers, even if they are citizens, they're fucking idiots. It's just like, damn. Not afraid to call out, you know, call out, man. I love it. Oh, just give me some more. It's beautiful. I mean, considering how long we've been having to go through this bullshit, I mean, all things considered, it's kind of cathartic, you know, to finally have, like, you know, even more mainstream figures, you know, be saying it. I guess it's a little bit more soft in rhetoric, but, nonetheless. But I guess if they do any policies against us, it's be a bunch of fascism, it's authoritarianism, be bad freedoms, be. Nice. Oh, this is a good hit. That would look a pretty good hit. I saw this Kyle segment earlier. Well, I was mostly listening to it, but I was listening to like this his take on like Marianne Williamson dropping some truth bombs on like some Fox and shit. But he had like some interesting takes after that about how she can actually probably be some like kind of actually useful and potential viable candidate when it comes to challenging Biden. It's just like, I really don't know how I feel about it, but I mean, I guess if she stays pretty consistent on very specific issues, you know, maybe I can probably see it. But I just kind of find it odd that he's suddenly, at least Kyle especially, is like, huh, Marianne Williamson. When he first heard about her, he was kind of saying, like, hey, you know, the chakra crystal mom, you know, the chakra soccer mom, you know, it's just like, you know, who's gonna sell you like a fucking palm reading or something, or take over Biden. I mean, I probably would too. like, I'm not I'm not like, a fan of her. I mean, I won't even necessarily say I like her, but I don't dislike her. Like, she's never really given me an overt reason as, like, a politician type to, like, outright dislike her and shit. Aside from just being weird. I think Crystal's buddies with Marianne is part of it. Oh. Well, that definitely could be it. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely open to it, honestly. At least to me. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm, like, gun-ho for it, but, I mean, I'd be open to see what happens, President Williamson. I mean, honestly, like, I think what would make me actually at least somewhat like her is if she was at least really consistent with things like healthcare, anti-war, and anti-establishment type positions. I think if she, was able to kind of hit those three things, I think she would actually be able to do somewhat fair, But, I don't know. So, I mean, I really don't know much about her. But, I did kind of like what she was saying on this whole Fox thing, but here, I'll play it up.
So on the last show, we talked about how Marianne Williamson is a name being floated now to primary.
Yeah, I mean, she is definitely consistently anti-establishment, so that's what I like about her. So, I mean, I would think that, if she actually, kind of expanded that just a little bit, and I think, put a little nuance in labor with that as well, because she definitely seems pro-labor. Yeah, I will admit, I haven't necessarily have heard anything specifically that is pro-labor out of her, but she does at least kind of strike me that she's willing to be friendly, and be like, okay, yeah, So she doesn't seem like she's going to be like, fuck you, to that shit. Like, so, like, she doesn't strike me as anti-labor at all, for sure. And at least pro-labor, she, she definitely has a feeling of being friendly towards that. But that's just because I haven't heard anything necessarily specifically, about that. But, she seems a lot more so than Biden. That's for sure.
I lay out all of my reasons as to why I think it makes sense. Well... She's clearly thinking about it at least a little bit, because she just went on Fox News here. Jesse Waters has a new Fox News show. They should call it the Smug Frat Boy Prick Hour, but I don't think they're going to do it.
Smug Frat Boy Prick Hour.
Drop some truth bombs right on top of Jesse's head. So let's watch this, and then we'll come back and dissect her messaging and determine whether or not it's sufficient if we're going to take a crack at being president.
So, Marianne, are you considering primarying President Joe Biden?
No, like many people, I'm thinking very deeply about what's going on in this country, and I realize that the horse race is not the conversation that most matters. To listen to Fox, to listen to CNN, to listen to MSNBC, it's all about left versus right, isn't it? But I don't think that that's the real political divide that most matters in this country. I think that's kind of a cartoonish version of the political divide in this country that makes billions of dollars for political forces and media forces. The real political divide in this country, Jesse, is between the powerful and the powerless. And the powerful few are headquartered in both major political parties. It is the corporate-backed forces, whether it's big pharmaceutical companies, big oil companies, military defense contractors, etc., that are obstructing the financial well-being and the greater economic and professional and just personal opportunities of the American people. That's what
I would agree with that there's definitely a big guy versus little guy scenario, and that's always been the case, and that's something this country has to address. In your opinion, as a progressive Democrat, if you still label yourself like that,
I'm sure that guy is totally in support of the issues that she's talking about.
Where do you think President Joe Biden's biggest failures have been so far in year one?
Literally not doing anything.
Not pushing back. The biggest failures of Joe Biden, to me, are the same as the biggest failures of Donald Trump and Barack Obama and every president in modern history, which is a refusal to take on in any fundamental way the dominance of these corporate forces. I mean, if you look at the actual economic opportunities of the average
she ain't wrong.
American, have they really been that different, no matter who?
That's a winning message. Now, understand something. I told you guys it's never worked.
I mean, honestly, she really ain't wrong.
You primary an incumbent from from your own party, that doesn't work. However, the number of upsides here are innumerable. So one of the things you do is take the left. We had the movement with Bernie Sanders that got everybody energized, more people involved in politics, a more united left front than we've ever seen. And now they're disparate factions and they're warring with each other and they're slitting each other's throats. Why not bring some wind back to the sails and unite the left again? And give us a running head start for the future and create 1,000 new Bernie Sanders, 1,000 new Marianne Williamsons. And I genuinely believe we could break the record. I don't know what the record is for trying to primary an incumbent president, but I think we could break whatever the record is. I think we could get 15, 20, 25%. And the other thing is, you never know what's going to happen with Joe Biden because he's really old and he's half a zombie at this point. So maybe he doesn't run again. Maybe he can't run again. And then maybe the field's wide open. And then maybe Marianne Williamson gets a head start on everybody else because she can announce, a primary quicker. And then when eventually Mayor Pete and Amy Klobuchar and Kamala Harris jump in or whatever, she's already got a running head start and she's already got a sharpened message. And I said it the other day, I'll say it again. You want to craft a message that not only unifies the left-wing base, which she's doing, but you also want to pick off disaffected independents and even people who might lean right. And you can build a gigantic coalition. Because here's the thing, a lot of the Fox News viewers, yes, a lot of them are Kool-Aid drinking partisan hacks.
I mean, honestly, that's why, especially when it comes to a pro-labor message, I think that's, one of the best ways to achieve something like that. Especially when it comes to pushing and advocating, left ideas to kind of build a coalition that supports that. Because, I mean, there might be people who might be right-leaning, but, if couched the right way, will actually legit be more supportive of these type of ideas, even if they don't necessarily realize it. Which, overall, it's a good thing, even if they don't necessarily, overtly, come out of the woodworks, supporting these type of issues. There'll be, support people or different actions that would, support these type of things. So, I mean, even if they personally are not a fan or whatever the fuck of whatever, type of issue it is, or even don't like it, but, I mean, it would be really interesting, it would be really, honestly, a good thing regardless. So if they, are out there supporting, these type of people that are at least looking out for their general well-being. Because, I mean, that's what people really fundamentally fucking want. It's just, something that looks out for the general well-being, and they can actually kind of look forward to knowing that they'll be alright kind of at the end of the day, some comfort. That'll be an interesting matchup. Bombastic Trump versus laid-back Williamson. That would be kind of interesting. I feel like maybe Marianne Williamson being laid back actually might be, it might actually be, a boost for her, I think. I mean, all things considered. Maybe, the people still kind of feel negative about Trump, and then, her just being laid back and shit might actually be I don't know, maybe. It definitely would be an interesting matchup, I will admit that.
But one of the things I've noticed about the right-wing base is that it's almost like the substance of your criticism doesn't matter to them. So,
you think?
If you're attacking Biden from the right, they like you. If you're attacking Biden from the left, they like you. Well, that's weird. They just don't like Biden. And generally speaking, they don't like the Democrats. But you can almost co-opt that mindset against them. And really what I mean by that is you can co-opt that mindset into getting them to believe in good policies. And
yeah. And honestly, I actually do agree with that, and I think that can be something of benefit. I mean, hell, what I was just mentioning about even if they don't overtly I guess on a more of a reactionary sense, don't necessarily support these ideas, when couched to them, and marketed basically the right way towards them, would. I mean, especially when it comes to, I think when focused on issues of labor and their general, well-being, when it comes to their standard of living and their comfort, and their healthcare. I mean, when those things expand and become a lot more less of a stress on their life and a lot more manageable, I mean, they're going to support people that, make that easier for them. I mean, especially historically, that's why people like FDR and shit were so goddamn popular. I mean, because he did that. And he wasn't necessarily the only one, but I mean, he was the one who kind of did it the most, considering the drastic, time and the more impoverished time in America given then. I mean, we're not necessarily too far away from that corner again. We've treaded pretty close already, and we're kind of treading that again. So.
Here, when you talk about, hey, it's not left versus right, it's powerful versus powerless, or as I say, it's elites versus populists, it's big guy versus little guy. What you're doing there is, giving people some sparks. You're giving people just a hint of something new and interesting, while also feeding their hatred of the Democratic Party. And
the GOP might not even want to be presidential debate stages. They don't want to debate, apparently, so they're likely to be placed by libertarians. Really? Is the GOP actually going to strangely, hoist their own petard and fracture the two-party system? They might actually do that, because it might actually give libertarians a little bit more of a boost.
Of a move towards deconversion. Now, I'm not naive. I'm not some idealist who thinks you can convert 100% of people. No, but can you convert some? Yeah. Can you convert more than maybe anybody else is doing? Yeah. So that message wins. It's not left versus right. It's powerful versus powerless. It's big guy versus little guy. And why is Joe Biden so terrible? Well, Joe Biden's terrible because he's not serving the American people. He's not getting rid of student loan debt, which is holding back an entire generation. He didn't raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. He's not taking on big pharma. He's not taking on the lobbyists and the billionaires. And these are the people who are responsible for the American people being screwed on a daily basis. Now, they'll hear that and like it. They'll hear that and like it. You're sort of roping them in to having better politics. And it's a long process, and it's a slow process, and it's an arduous process, but you can do it. And
yeah, and honestly, it's a very slow-burning one, but works, honestly, I think, nonetheless. Hopefully the GOP are such a combination of toxic and extreme, and Democrats are corporate. So, yeah. And I think kind of toxic in their own way, too. I mean, just in a way of how much they co-opt and pander, actual legitimate fucking, progress, for their own status quo fucking pandering and continuation of the same paradigm. So, I mean, in their own ways, they're also pretty toxic, but in a far more corporate way. While the Republicans and GOP are, more theocratic and fascistic and authoritarian with it. Yeah, I mean, while we're at it, I might also get the Greens in there, too.
Everybody on the left agrees with. Everybody on the actual left, the left base, agrees with. So you're holding the left base and planting seeds in the minds of people who aren't already 100% with you. That's how you do politics, man. You always want to frame arguments in a way where you have a chance of convincing or eventually convincing people who don't currently agree with you. That's the art of persuasion. That's the art of good politics and being a good politician.
And it's also contact theory, too. I mean, it's I think the only real best way to try to get most people, favored, especially on more left ideas, to just get people more open and exposed to them. Not necessarily just in that way, but also just kind of planting the seeds, into them more directly with, actual dialogue. But obviously that doesn't mean there's people who are TFG and fucking, just so lost and fucking so insane that they are dying for the sake of denouncing science, basically. So yeah, can't win them all, but that's not necessarily the point. It's not to win all of them, just enough of them. That silly little boy. What the fuck is he doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, bud? What you doing, buddy? Yeah? Yeah? What? You sweet little thing. I mean, what am I supposed to do with a cute little face like that? What is this paw? What's that paw there for? Oh my god. I'm putting my paw on you. Whoa, dork. Goddamn dork. I mean, what am I supposed to do with a dork like that? Anyway, Joe Rogan learns he's wrong, can't accept it. Oh my god. Wow. Not surprised.
Is this from the Bears or even...
So I have an incredible clip to share with you from the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. He had on Josh Zepps, who used to work for HuffPost, was their HuffPost Live guy. I'm not sure what he does now, but he was on the show. He's fairly, regular, I don't know, liberal kind of dude. But clearly, he knows a little bit more than Joe Rogan does about the vaccines. So you're going to watch here Joe Rogan get fact-checked.
I mean, honestly, if you just have a basic sense of science, at least a general understanding of that, and know that there's endless fucking peer-reviewed scientific data to support the fact that these vaccines are better at minimizing the spread of symptoms and, hospital bed usage and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, Like, it's not necessarily a big metric to fucking meet, honestly.
Realize he is wrong, yet is unable to accept it. Watch this.
For young boys in particular, there's an adverse risk associated with the vaccine. It's like a 2 to 4-fold increase in the instances of myocarditis.
Yes, but you know what?
Hospitalization.
You know that there's an increased risk of myocarditis among that age cohort from getting COVID as well, which exceeds the risk of myocarditis from the vaccine.
I don't think that's true. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true that there's an increased risk of myocarditis from people catching COVID that are young versus increased risk of myocarditis from the vaccine.
No,
there literally is.
There's both.
Well, let's look that up, because I don't think that's true. Myocarditis is more common after COVID-19 infection than vaccination. Is this with children? Yeah, we're talking about young people.
Men and boys aged under 30 after their cis with
With children is the issue.
Well, no, we were talking about 15-year-olds.
Well, we're talking about young children.
male
So, yeah,
child 12 to 17.
12 to 17, more likely to develop myocarditis within 3 months of catching COVID at a rate of 450 cases per million infection. This compares to 67 cases of myocarditis per million at the same time following their second dose of Pfizer.
Yeah, so you're about 8 times likelier to get myocarditis from getting COVID than from getting the vaccine.
That's interesting.
Now,
that
being
is
said,
not what I've read before, but also it's like...
It's not the Facebook It's not the Facebook group that was doing their own research and looking into it. It's not what they said. The Facebook group I followed, this isn't what they said. They said that you're more likely to get it from the vaccine, not not the actual fucking COVID itself. Like, I mean, what this isn't true. This fake. No.
Well, even when we're reading these things, it's like, what are we getting this from? Is this from the VAERS report? But even from the VAERS reports, when they report this stuff, it's like the amount of people that report. Like it's the under-reporting. All right.
So I will get to the facts on this. There's been multiple studies on this showing that Rogan is wrong. Just quickly there, the last part he mentions VAERS. I've discussed this a number of times. In fact, I'll just show you right now, just really quickly. You cannot trust the VAERS data. You can self-report to VAERS, to the point where somebody in 2005 claimed that a vaccine for the flu turned them into the Hulk. And that report was accepted and entered into the database. And again...
yeah. Like, it's literally just, like, self-report raw data type of shit. Like, it isn't actually scientific.
The most recent vaccines, this is long before any of that, this was to simply show that the VAERS data is not
based.
reliable.
I wish it made me in the Hulk. I wish vaccines turned me into that.
On that for reports of myocarditis in the vaccine, it's the issue there is over-reporting, not under-reporting. Again, because anybody can report to it. But,
and if anything, it could be misreports and false reporting.
But before I get more onto this myocarditis and the study they read, and another study showing the same thing, just quickly here. Watching that interaction between Rogan and Josh Zepps, if you've ever tried to fact-check somebody in your life, especially anti-vaxxers, you've likely experienced almost the exact same thing.
Yep.
This resistance to want to accept that they are wrong. Now, this is human. A lot of us, I think, at one point or another, have been wrong and been unable to accept it in the moment. Hopefully Rogan sits with this for a bit, realizes he was wrong, maybe comes out, admits he was wrong, informs his millions.
He's not going to do that. If anything, he's going to quadruple down and continue to spread more disinformation that's killing people.
Is wrong on what the reality is, but...
Like, I really don't got an issue of that motherfucker, you know, being, like, you know, charged, you know, for, you know, spreading deadly disinformation and shit, considering the fucking... endless fucking scientific proof when it comes to, you know, the vaccines and, you know, actual viable treatments of COVID, and him utterly disregarding it and getting more people fucking killed.
The reality that you were wrong and be able to learn and move on. Now, the only reason Rogan should feel bad in this moment is that he has spread bullshit to millions of people for almost 2 years. I mean, at the beginning of this pandemic, Rogan had on an infectious disease specialist, and it was a fantastic podcast. It was like 2 hours of real information. And then since then, it's been on all downhill. He's had on crazy after crazy after crazy. And you see what it's done to his brain. This is what often happens. Where even basic facts don't get in. Where even
like, this motherfucker straight up, like, basically, you know, has also said, like, hey, you know, like, if you're, you know, the reason why, you know, most people who are getting sick, you know, from COVID anyway is because they're fat and unhealthy, and the problem is they're just gonna die anyway. They're gonna be fat fucks and get, you know, heart attacks at like 40 or something, so who cares about them? Like, you know, I shouldn't have to, you know, like, be mandated to do things because, you know, some unhealthy fat fuck ain't gonna do something, blah blah blah, even though Joe Rogan is a fucking unhealthy fat fuck himself, considering that he takes steroids and, like, hormonal injection therapies and shit like that, you know, being, like, some sort of, like, jock fuck. And, oh, don't, like, and this idea that, like, oh, he, you know, fucking, like, goes hunts his venison and this and that and shit. It's like, oh, give me a fucking break. Like, he does that probably, like, seasonally as a hobby and probably barely actually fucking does it. Like, give me an actual break. Dude's a grifter and fucking a charlatan, just like the rest of them. Like, this idea that, like, oh, he's, like, you know, what, you know, somebody just keeps to the truth and shit. It's just fucking bullshit. Like, maybe that was true for, like, a time, but not anymore.
To change someone's mind once they have bought into a certain narrative. And that's where Joe Rogan appears to be right now. But again, hopefully he sits with this, learns, maybe changes, and admits to being wrong, but we'll see about that. Now on the myocarditis part of this, so I'm going to show you two studies here. So the one they were reading was in New Scientist that says here, now a study in the U.S. has analyzed how often myocarditis occurs following infection with the coronavirus. Researchers analyzed the records of healthcare organizations that cover a fifth of the U.S. population. They found that during the first 12 months of the pandemic, males aged 12 to 17 were most likely to develop myocarditis within 3 months of catching COVID-19, at a rate of about 450 cases per million infections. This compares with only 67 cases of myocarditis per million males of the same age following their second dose of a Pfizer or Moderna vaccine, according to figures from the U.S. Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. Researchers added together cases after the first and second doses to reach a total rate of 77 cases per million in this male age group triggered by vaccination, a sixth of that seen after infection. So, again, 6 times more likely, according to this study, 6 times more likely to get COVID-19 to get
myocarditis from COVID-19
than from a vaccine. Another study, this one's out of Israel, looked at 880,000 people. That's a lot of data for a study. 880,000 people aged 16 and older who were fully vaccinated with Pfizer shots as of May 24th, as well as a matched control of unvaccinated individuals with the same number of people were included. A total of 21 people in the vaccinated age group developed myocarditis, most of whom were men with a median age of 25. Scientists did find a link between the vaccine and an increased risk for myocarditis, an extra 2.7 cases of myocarditis per 100,000 vaccinated people, compared to the unvaccinated group. However, the risk was much higher among people who contracted COVID-19 at 11 cases per 100,000, compared to those who hadn't been infected, the finding.
So you're just significantly more likely to get myocarditis, you know, from catching COVID versus the vaccine. Go fucking figure.
This is another study with even more data showing the exact same thing. So
go figure.
The issue when you have a podcast and you don't know what the hell you're talking about, and you diving into these topics of science and infectious diseases, and you're having on crazy people, you are spreading lies to millions of people to the point where you're now considered, in some people's minds, to be equally, at the very least, equally worth listening to as the actual science and data. And this goes to...
Yeah, people actually do think that. Like, there are people who legit, unironically, think Joe Rogan is just as fucking much as an expert as, like, virologists and, like, epidemiologists and shit at this point. And this is the reason why, honestly, I have no problem with him being criminally charged, you know, with disinformation and shit at this point. Like, fuck him. Like, I mean, like, I'm supposed to give a fuck, you know, considering the damage that he's trying to perpetrate and shit. Like, fuck that. I mean, it's just fucking... I mean, it just comes to a point where it's, like, the actual, like, harm and damage that comes, you know, from spreading disinformation, you know, needs to actually have a check in it and shit. It's one thing to just be like, oh, but, or whatever the fuck, but, you know, this anti-vax shit, nope. Like, as far as I'm concerned, that shit don't cut it. Like, you believe whatever the fuck you want, but I don't think you're gonna be able to spread it around like some fucking mockingbird. I mean, at least especially, you know, thinking you're not gonna get jabbed while doing it. Because at least in my world, oh, they would. They most certainly would. They could yell and cry and scream about it all they want, but nah, they'll get jabbed. Whether it's a dart squad or fucking, like, just some, you know, just, like, forced inoculation shit, nah. Wow. Prince Andrew no longer holds military titles or royal patronages as fallout from his alleged ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And they continue to develop. Oh my god. It's like, there's too much shit, you know, about you being connected to Epstein. We're gonna have to strip you of your loyalty. Abolish all monarchies. Hey, well, you know, one monarch at a time, you know? So, based. It's just stripped of it all, dude. Nice. Dude, you just get stripped of all of it. Based. Hey, one monarch at a time. You know, we got one. I'm sure, you know, if, you know, they arrest him and there's charges put on his ass, I'm sure he might squawk. I mean, you know, there might not be the black book, but, you know, the more and more people kind of slowly but surely kind of get brought out to the light, you know, the more names are going to start propping up and the more it's going to get called out. You don't necessarily need the black book for it, or whatever fucking Epstein's book is. Because that fuck literally meticulously documented everything. So I don't know where that book is, but it's somewhere. Probably burnt now and destroyed at this point. But I mean, that's my guess. I imagine it's probably just straight up just destroyed and burnt and was seized, or just hidden away. One of the two. I mean, if it's destroyed, that'd fucking suck, because something like that, I mean, as dark and fucked up as it is, I mean, it's something, you know, like Epstein's Black Book would be straight up invaluable. Safely hidden from Anthony Weiner's laptop. I mean, what if it's safely, like, hidden literally in Anthony Weiner's laptop? Like, literally inside of it. Like, it's like some old-ass fucking, you know, laptop and shit. And it's like big ass and thick, but you know, all the actual like software and hardware is actually like some modern laptop, but they just kept like the actual like hard, like, you know, body of it, just so you can slide the book inside of it and just hide it in there. Bruh, 5-head shit right there. It's just in Anthony Weiner's laptop, literally in his laptop the entire time. I mean, honestly, that is kind of like one funny way to hide something, but also, no one would think of it. I mean, just have like a big enough box for your computer and shit, but not all of the space is used up, so you have like a little storage spot where you can hide something. You know, and no one will necessarily think of it, unless your computer gets seized. Then you're fucked. But, you know, if there's nothing about your computer that needs seizing for, then you should be okay. Yeah, so it could work. Everyone was too busy looking for Clinton's emails and he missed the Epstein book. Oh my god, dude, that'd be fucking amazing. They were too busy looking on the actual computers, but not realizing it's like, why does it feel like there's something else in here? Well, I feel like, whatever, it must be a loose hard drive. Okay, whatever. It still functions, so I'll just keep using it. Just nonchalant, not even fucking thinking about it. Oh my god. I mean, our government's not known for being the most smartest people when it comes to technology, so it would not put it past me. I'm not even kidding. People in our government are, especially our politicians, are absolute, like, Neanderthals when it comes to technology. It's like, why does this app keep popping up on my Apple phone? Sir, I'm a Microsoft executive. I don't work with Apple. You'll have to talk to Apple about that, and you'll have to just call their customer service. Again, I'm a Microsoft executive. Microsoft. I don't know why I want to keep saying Microsoft, but whatever. Microsoft executive will be like, sir, I'm a Google exec. I don't work for Apple. It's like, sir, this Google app continues to pop up and, you know, want voice commands. I work for Apple. It's just like, oh my god. Fucking klutzes. Honestly, speaking of klutzes, Harley was over here earlier and shit, and honestly, there's soapy water everywhere. I mean, it's all dried up now, but, like, I think for my microscope, like, the bag for it, it's, like, a little damp. Floor had some soapy water on it. I'm just like, the fuck, dude? How are you how are you such a klutz with liquid? Like, come on, bro. It's, like, can't be fucking serious. Harley using soap. Well, he was using some glue for a cane, but he put too much glue in where he was going to seal his top for the cane. He had, like, a little Slimer thing. When he barged in on stream last time, he was mentioning about it. But he glued it together, but he put way too much glue inside, and it went everywhere, including on him. So he was trying to get soapy water to clean his new cane, and the glue all over him. So, and the grease too, because he was working on his truck, and well, not truck, but his car and shit. And also, he moved his one of his motorcycles in here, so now that's in here now. Oops. Oh, there we go. So, classic Carly. Yep. I mean, at least he made it so actually, you know, could walk through there, and he actually organized it pretty well. So, you know, he's getting better about organization. Still klutz when you move inside, because apparently it was gaining some rust, and there was some rust buildup. So he wanted to move it inside so, you know, it prevents him from rusting further. Which makes sense. I mean, all in all, it fits. Nothing else is damaged aside from just soapy water everywhere, but that's not necessarily damage. Like, nothing in itself is damaged, so. What you doing, Zugov? What are you doing, boy? Being sweet. Goddamn dork. Cornholes at the blowjob spa? What the fuck is this? Huh?
I think glory holes are hot as shit, so I'm totally on board with that. Yeah, I think that's good.
You trust maybe a random one or actual temperature of the hole?
Oh no, I don't trust them at all. I've never been to a glory hole. The concept is hot. I am, however, fucking terrified. I don't think I've ever heard about somebody getting their dick bitten off. But like, I don't know, man. People, it's a crazy world out there.
I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure it's happened. Let's find out.
Yeah, you look that up, not me. Thank you.
I was the general manager of a chain of porn stores in New Orleans, and cleaning up the booths with the glory holes was always the least fun part of the day. So,
there was booths that actually. Oh my god.
There to Peter North, you know what I mean? Then there aren't, so that's problematic. And look, cum and newspaper basically becomes like paper mache. It gets stuck. It's like you can't get it off of nothing. It's like these motherfuckers put like newspapers down all over the floor, and then it would just cum all on the shit. And you have to use like a fucking gum scraper to get that shit off.
Okay, all right.
Okay, newspaper, bro. Why? Has anyone heard of a paper towel? Oh my god.
This is for you. I don't know how true this story is. I found it. It's on Facebook, but it's from the Blue Mountain Times. A man has penis bitten off.
Blue Mountain Times.
Falls public toilet glory hole.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Ah, pain.
Man has penis bitten off in Wentworth Falls public toilet.
You're ruining his affinity for glory holes. You're killing the fans.
Yeah, it's like a guy who's into anal, and you're like, well, you know, you poop from there. You know, you poop from there. You know, you poop. It's like, yeah, I know.
It's like, yeah, don't stop.
Listen,
you know.
Maybe the gays are gonna get mad at me over this one because a lot of gays like it like dirty, literally. But I think we need like the Apple Store of glory holes. Okay, we need like just a big, clean white building with tile, where there's a bunch of booths on the side. You've professionals in there paid a good, fair living wage, all right, to clean and to work, all right, and you just go in there and you just drop like $300 the door and you just leave an hour later. That's what an hour is charitable.
An hour.
That's what we need. Okay, those are good rates. I think that's.
I agree. You know what? We need like like Apple style aesthetic. You know, the glory hole booths. Yeah.
Like you're using the hole. Okay, I feel like you gotta come there like it's sort of like one of those like. It's like
I'm glad I clicked this.
It's like, look, you're there to do a job. You know what you're supposed to do. We ain't got all fucking day, all right? It's not a fucking Lord of the Rings movie, all right? This shit is
it ain't a Lord of the Rings movie.
Video, like 5-10 minutes, you're done and gone.
You're done and gone.
Can't there be like
selfish with that hole, all right?
Make it nice. Have like a cheese platter out, you know, like you're
cheese platter
because all the booths are taken and there's like a.
Into this.
Yeah, Yeah. You know, they have like the selection. They're like, would you like mineral water, or you know, would you like ginger tea? You know, you get some craft services up in there, and then you get your
super solid.
Oh my god, I'm actually 1,000% on board with this. I'm actually want this. I want this. Like, we need to have, like, you know, just sex work 100% legalized so this concept can exist. Like, I fucking want it.
Listen, if you got time to eat cantaloupe and cheese and shit while you getting your dick sucked, that means you're not getting a good blowjob.
Well, what about when you're waiting, right? What if
it's
like,
a waiting period, bro? Yeah.
There, and you can
You're just
tell
waiting.
where she is from the glucking noise, and you know she's busy. So you're like, I'll wait 5 minutes, and they can bring you out some cheese.
Yeah, and I'll eat food while I'm getting a beach. It could be a good beach too. I'm not fucking completely incapacitated. I could chew gum and mouth at the same time.
No, it's beyond that.
Oh my
He can
god.
never not multitask. I've seen Billy driving, and he's got a sandwich in one hand. He's got one cell phone in his other hand. He's got another cell phone in a holder that he's streaming from while he's reading the chat, and he's steering with his knee.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like a fucking god.
I would not want to be a passenger of that vehicle. I would be scared. I actually would just be scared.
No, that's bullshit. Like, even during a good blowjob, you're usually slapping the shit out of her and all types of other stuff. Are you just completely incapacitated to the point where you're a non-functional? You're an invalid?
I just don't want to eat.
Ladies, if you're blowing me, I'm the opposite of an invalid, okay? I'm literally destroying you while it's happening. I'm a multitasker. I'm playing Pokemon Go with your throat.
Pokemon Go with your Oh my god. Pokemon Go with your throat. Holy shit. I don't even want to know what that means.
No, I just don't want to eat while I'm doing anything sex related. Okay, however my brain is mapped, the part of my brain that wants food and the part of my brain that wants my dick sucked are on the opposite ends. Those
Absolutely.
do not cross for me. I don't want to.
See, I want to hit it from behind, have her back arched so I can put some bean dip in the arch of her back.
Some bean dip?
Doritos bedside next to the lube. I'm just swooping up little Dorito bean dips while it's going.
This is why.
I don't care.
This is why the weight loss had to happen. Was it you were just like El Queso Maximo, like in the dip of the back with a whole fucking bag of chips?
Just kind of going down on like a nice big old feast of like bean nacho dip and wow. I mean honestly, there's like some vigilance and like some determination and like straight up like some labor that goes into that. Like, I mean, in order to like, you know, have the functions of the fuck going down and also like get like, you know, an arc going to where you got like some bean nacho dip going down and just chowing on some Doritos. I mean, damn, son, like honestly, that is just like, I mean, that's just impressive. Like, you can't laugh at that shit. That is impressive. I mean, goddamn, son.
I just snacks in my fat folds so I can pull them out of nowhere like a magician.
Hey, want to see a magic trick?
Want to see a magic trick, baby?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're like that and you're having sex in that moment, you're kind of winning, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of the point.
And to be honest with you, so are my lucky partners. I'm a very considerate lover. I got snacks for
Yeah, when you're winning, they're all winning. Yeah.
Yeah.
You share.
I'm like,
Sharon is Karen.
she comes up,
That is true. Sharon is absolutely Karen.
her makeup is destroyed.
The weed is kicking in. Oh shit, you're getting your edible kicking in, son. Oh shit, the weed for my boy is kicking in.
On her face. I got some electrolytes on deck for her. Here you go.
You started a civil war between pro and anti-slappers.
Well,
in Bosch's YouTube chat.
I don't think. Here's the thing. If the girl's not into getting slapped, I'm anti-slap.
Oh, sorry. We only react to.
I'm pro-slap.
We only react to conservative videos. When they heard slapping, they thought you meant like violence and not like consensual bedroom slapping because they're children. They don't understand that people can do that for fun.
Yeah. Hey, having a little bit of slapping around, you know, doing some, you know, smack around, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, You know, that's all consensual, you know, like, you know, laying a few smacks in the cheeks, you know, that's not only consensual, but sometimes, you know, encouraged. Like, I mean, you want to, you know, get a little slapping going on. I mean, it ain't a little fun if I had a little slap. Boom. I mean, so it's just like, it's like, you know, it's a little spice, it's a little garnish spice, you know, to the whole face. It's, you know, it's like, come on now. It's like there ain't no massaging or fucking nonsense or violence or none of that shit. It's all consensual fun. I mean, dumb man, you know, children. I like how at least Vosh admits, and the one thing I will like about Vosh is like he actually fucks on his own community, saying it's like they're a bunch of children and they're idiots and they don't understand. They haven't had sex yet.
I'm
Just don't mind them.
I'm a non-violent person unless I have to be, and sometimes with these girls you have to.
I could never. I could never.
Brittany Venti says slapware. High fives, Brittany. Strictly high fives. I don't want Brittany to think I'm a DJ.
Brittany Venti?
Yeah, she's asking about the slaps. We're in trouble now. She's gonna think I'm a DJ.
Oh, might be a bit late on the boat with that one on a few points. Yeah, I can't get into the slap. It's called the slappy pappy in the kink community. I can't get into that. I don't trust people, man. If you're like on a Tinder date.
Okay, I'm into it, but oh my god, I've literally have never heard it said like that ever. Unironically, like never.
And they're like, hey, yeah, like, punch me in the fucking face. Like, who's the cop gonna believe if they change their mind later, huh? Like, they're mounting evidence against me. All right, that's what I think.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. I'm a narcissist, so I think I can beat the case.
He said, I can beat the case. I already beat the bitch.
I mean, half the time, I'm not into this stuff. Half the time I'm into it, so she does go to the police, and I can see whether or not I can take down City
No,
Hall.
you mount counter evidence when you're punching her in the face. You're like, you have like a knife and you're stabbing yourself in the side. Like, all right, if the cops come up, all right, hold on, okay, we got like always make sure the damage to your body is like a little bit higher than the damage to her body.
Yeah, just have like a higher hit point damage on you versus the other opponent. Then you know, then you look more like the. Yeah, that's how it works.
Different bitches. I feel like
what is this evolved into?
That's why the zebra effect works, Hannibal.
The zebra effect? Yeah.
I guess that's what it works. Maybe this is, I don't know. I'm not having sex.
I guess this is when Vosh was on Drunken Peasants. I mean, this must have been from the other day.
Yeah. I don't think it's a race.
It's been a while since I've tuned into some DP, but say, I guess, you know, they're adding some amusement still.
You can't add nothing to that. So. What? Because you've only ever had sex with white women, so you can't. You know, because I was gonna ask you, like, is that you? Billy, you tell me you had sex.
I was actually tuning in a little bit earlier today because they had Mike Figueredo on.
I have fucked both of my parents. Oh, fuck y'all.
You fucked both of your parents?
What? Did I hear that right?
Both of my grandparents, Vox, he had sex with. Yes, he did. Both of my grandparents, he had sex with.
Oh my god.
I don't remember the context at this point. I have fucked both of my parents. I was drunk.
What is even?
He misspoke, but someone clipped it, and he'll never live it down now.
Yeah, well, that's spreading for the internet waves very quick. It's like if he misspoke, and now he's fucked forever. Wow. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? It somehow started with like cornholes and like Apple aesthetic blowjob spas, and then it became fucking. Wow. Well, DP is it hasn't changed, I guess. Not necessarily surprised. I wonder like how much Mike's little chill out was with DP and shit. And here it is. What's this on?
Someone spoiled Book of Boba Fett for Billy. You act like I don't watch that right when it comes out. I'm gonna spoil.
Sucks.
I'm gonna soft spoil Book of Boba Fett for everybody. Boba Fett comes and takes over Jabba's power.
You know, skip around.
Anyway, I miss Dennis Kucinich.
Yeah.
He was a real one.
And he was kind of considered radical for his time.
Yeah.
Because he'd always show up dressed like a Ninja Turtle.
It was pretty radical, yeah. Sometimes he'd surf into a press conference.
Yeah.
and this is a long way from over. You take a look at what's going on now in Pennsylvania. Take a look at what's going on in Wisconsin. You just take a look. We had a lot of cases where the judges wouldn't hear him.
So they're listening to Trump in this, I guess.
He doesn't say one goddamn thing.
Right.
Take a look at this. Take a look at this. A lot of people saying this. What?
And he doesn't have to do interviews.
Oh, I actually recognize the clip they're looking at. It's when fucking Trump literally hung up on a call. Because I guess he got a little too mad. But now he always does this funny ass thing where he's just like, oh, yes, you know, a lot of people say, and you know, people tell me this, and blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. It's like, oh my fucking god. Like, straight up, like, oof. He will never be able to really, like, actually say who those people are. Like, oh yeah, some people tell me. Well, who are those people? People tell me. Tremendous, let me just tell you. And it's like, what? Who are those people? You fuck. But, no. Definitely not gonna, you know, definitely not gonna, you know, be pushing on that shit. It's just gonna be beyond Vegas fuck, but, I mean, that's how it makes him very believable to his base, too. Hey, Zukov. How you doing, baby? Oh, look at you. You're looking a little happy at that little bone of yours. Come here, buddy. Come here, little baby. Oh, look at you. Look at you with your little bone. Look at you with your little bone being cute as you can be. Aw. Just sweet as can be. Do this real quick. Oop. Yeah, there we go. Look at you, you're just so cute. You need to really stop being cute here, buddy. This whole cute thing that you got going on is unacceptable. It's ridiculous. It's kind of, like, unfortunate that you have so much cuteness going on. Because to the detriment of your well-being. I mean, honestly, I feel like it would. Because, like, every time, you know, someone walks up to him, you know, he's always super friendly with them. And then, you know, a lot of people are like, hey, can I pet him? And it's like, oh no. Oh no. Like, every person is going to be all up into him. Just loving him, snuggling him. Someone's gonna kidnap that little fluff ball at some point, I swear to God, and if that happens, Lord, Mars is on their soap. Hey, baby, you sweet little thing. Oh, you're so cute, I love you, yes you do. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh. Boy, hey, come back. Close the door. I need you running back and forth, running off and all that. 'Cause you're just a goof. Good little boy. Look at you, just being so sweet. Little adorable ass little dork. I swear to God. Mm. What is this golf? Come here. You sweet little thing. You need to quit being so damn handsome. Quit being so damn cute, bro. It's too much. Bruh. Why? Why? Look at you. Look at you being so cute. Come here. Oh my fucking god. Come on. Oh my god. You're fucking silly. You know that? Come here. Come here. Oh my god, you little fuck. Come here. Come on. You don't really understand this whole concept of coming here, do you? Or are you just being a very stubborn little shit? Come here. Come on. Come here. Baby. Baby. Come here. Baby. Zukov. Come on. Zukov. Does it take calling you by your name? Like, seriously? Oh. 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 Did it take to call you by your name? Is that what it was? You silly thing. Oh, look at you. Oh, you handsome sweet boy. Look at you. Look at you. You're just so cute. Yes, you is. My goodness. Oh. Everybody warming up to you. That's a good thing. Our plan is working. You're becoming like a little shop dog, apparently, to Harley. That's good. I guess that's not a title that the other two got, and the other two are the roommates. Your old siblings are his roommates, and are not even shop dogs to him. Aw. You just got that magnetism, do you? Look at you, Zukov, you're so sweet. With that dirty ass little rawhide bone now. Oh my god. Oh my good lord. Silly ass little pooch. What's this? Daily Wireless, Matt Walsh admits he's against voting rights. Well, I'm Ben Shapiro. A libertarian thinks that's based, which is why he is on the Daily Wire. Yes. But no, I don't about this. Oh my god, I'm really not too shocked at that, but, you know, considering that these fucking, like, especially the fringe right dupes, you know, and what they believe in and shit, yeah, they're not exactly too fond of that. Like, they're having, like, a straight-up, like, coordinated effort to literally, like, restrict voting rights right now in multiple different states. So, that's kind of a thing going on. And I guess now they're, like, I guess Matt Walsh especially wasn't necessarily mask off, but, like, I mean, a lot of these motherfuckers, you know, have him at least an idea or ostensibly wanting to be mask on and try not to be mask off, but Matt Walsh especially, you know, being one of the, quote, mainstream independent media pundits, on the right at least, you know, he has no concept of what a mask is, so he's like, nope. He's so anti-mask that he can't even have a, like, ideological mask. Honestly, if I had to take a guess, I'm assuming that he probably wants, like, some sort of theocratic, like, state-based, you know, system where there isn't, you know, voting, and the actual, like, you know, leadership is dictated via a fucking, like, theocratic, like, council agency of some sort, or whatever the fuck. I imagine there's probably some various different things, you know, probably at play with something like that. Probably at least akin to something, you know.
Usually when right-wing propagandists make points, they don't just say explicitly what they're thinking. They'll usually resort to innuendo or priming, but sometimes, every once in a while, the mask will slip off and they'll say what they're really thinking. And when they do this, it's horrifying because their minds are dark and they are very authoritarian in nature, and that happened with Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire, my less handsome conservative doppelganger, who said what he was really thinking with respect to voting rights, and what he thinks about voting rights is that they're bad. He explicitly says that he doesn't support voting rights, and I'm not being hyperbolic. This is what he says. Take a look.
Well, as you know, this subject is always difficult for me emotionally whenever I hear Democrats panicking over the attack on...
I thought that Republicans and conservatives were against emotional-based type of arguments and ideas.
In the heart. It shakes me to the core. Gets my hopes up. Because I very much wish that there was an attack on voting rights. I think universal voting rights...
oh my god. There literally is, you dipshit.
This is one of the worst ideas this country has ever had.
Huh?
There are few things more worthy of coming under...
Wait. Okay, it's one thing to be like, you know, I don't like vote rights, it's a bunch of bullshit, but to say that, like, in the United States of Americas, that's literally the worst fucking, like, okay, the idea of it being bad in itself is already kind of fucking insane and hilarious in itself, but, like, the idea that it's the fucking worst, like, bitch, like, my homeboy, my, like, far-right Mike Figueredo doppelganger, like, you do realize that the Trail of Tears is a thing, Japanese internment camps, literal slavery for multiple generations, for, like, the first 100, like, years of this country, like, I mean, at least about like, 90-something years of this country, you know, slavery was, like, an open, blatant, like, you know, like, paradigm and system in place. Like, even if you just don't like the idea, like, you know, also, I mean, given the idea that he thinks it's literally the worst fucking thing in this country, you know, considering these fucking issues and shit, like, you know, it really kind of gives an idea about what he thinks about those issues. Like, I honestly, you know, just, you know, I'm the be the psycho armchair analysis here, but this motherfucker, I guarantee you, endorses slavery and is actually probably, you know, willing to be an advocate for it if, you know, he could get away with, you know, actually saying it. Like, I guarantee you, if he had it his way, he can, you know, he'd probably want to fuck a plantation with a few, you know, slaves of his own and shit, where he can, you know, live a nice theocratic fucking, you know, societal, you know, norm and shit in his mind. You know, getting a few little bit of crops and some shit fucking picked up for him and all that. On top of that, you know, having like some sort of fucking weird, crazy, far-right arranged marriage for his fucking, you know, 14-year-old daughter, you know, to some other crazy fucking psycho plantation owner, you know, that pretty much thinks identical to him. I mean, it's just a bunch of fucking, you know, psycho shit. Like, I mean, he wants, like, the fascistic theocratic monarchy state that has, like, you know, some sort of form of slavery institution, you know, established so he can have a bunch of people, like, forced slavery, you know, working on his fucking, you know, plantation of some sort. Guarantee it. Guarantee you that's his fucking dream world.
Voting ought to be a privilege reserved for those who are most competent and qualified. It's not a natural right.
No one said it was, quote-unquote, a natural right. It's just a right, you know, that is given to you in this country. And by the way, it is kind of a little bit of a privilege because unless you're an adult or 18 and over, you can't vote. I mean, also, depending on your criminal background, but you might not be able to vote due to that. Like, you know, like, to some extent, it is considered a fucking privilege already in this country. Like, at least, you know, to certain exceptions. I mean, at least, obviously, you know, for people who are under 18 and shit, that's kind of a given. But, like, you know, when it comes to other elements and exceptions outside of that, there are. At least mainly when it comes to people with criminal backgrounds, but even I, you know, kind of have some issue with that. Like, you know, yeah, like people who are also in prison and shit, one, should be able to have outside form of media and shit, and news as well, and should also have the ability to vote. Like, yeah. Like, I mean, you know, it's like hot take, oh god, oh no. So the world will collapse if we ever do that. Like, fucking heaven forbid. So, you know, just, I mean, so even with those exceptions in place, I still disagree with them. Like, I mean, it should, like, no one's saying it's a natural, inherent, you know, right in that way, but it should be, like, one of the inherent given rights, you know, to you as a fucking human being when it comes to, you know, being an adult and a citizen in a fucking country. Yeah. Got a problem, fucker?
You us all with some sort of sacred entitlement to participate in our national elections. The Bible...
Yeah, is there a problem with that? Oh god, he's about to go in the Bible.
Certainly makes no mention of any such thing.
Who cares? Who cares? Literally, who gives a fuck?
So if it's not a natural right, which it emphatically is not...
No one said it was.
Then it's a privilege that we grant, and it would be wise...
And... that's already been explained how that is in given circumstances and certain exceptions and shit. But even, you know, then those circumstances and exceptions may or may not be unjustifiable, given, you know, what they might be. Like, if you're, like, fucking 8 years old and shit, yeah, you probably don't need to be voting. In fact, you probably have no concept or comprehension of politics from the get-go, aside from, like, you know, do I steal candy or do not steal candy? You know, like, you know, that, like, mild, you know, like, political, moral, like, you know, juncture in a kid's life, maybe. You know, it's just, like, this idea that, like, oh... you know, it's like some privilege that, you know, may or may not be granted. It's like, I mean, in this country, it is to a certain exceptional extent. But even then, I don't think that should be the case. Fuck that. I mean, unless you're a kid, like, unless you're not an adult, like a legal adult in this country, then there shouldn't be some sort of, you know, exceptionary rule or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't care what criminal background, what, you know, whatever the fuck, it doesn't matter to me.
Basic qualifications before granting. We are under no moral obligation to allow hordes of stupid, bewildered, clueless zombies.
Like you? And what does that mean? What does that mean in your minds? Huh? That sounds like a dog whistle right there, because honestly, like, let's just go back.
Vacations before granting it. We are under no moral obligation to allow hordes of stupid, bewildered, clueless zombies.
Hordes of bewildered, clownish, clueless zombies. Like... usually, especially when it comes to, you know, on the right, when it comes to their whole definement of hordes... they're usually referring to people who are of minority groups, you know, usually like immigrants or refugees or, you know, groups or communities of black people and shit. They're usually referring to that. Maybe I'm reading a little too far in between the lines, but knowing this fucker, like, I absolutely guarantee he's probably thinking, like, you know, people who are not necessarily of his type of tone of skin.
Booth, and cast their ballots in a state of ignorance and confusion.
And this is also just pure projection. Like, bitch, whine more about it. Like, I mean, you're projecting, like, this is why, you know, they want to have these type of ideas, because they know if, like, hypothetically these type of systems are in place in some form of, like, nuanced, rational, fucking, like, legitimately, like, you know, merit-based type of fucking, you know, system and shit, none of these motherfuckers like him would ever will be able to allow the ability to vote. Ever. Like, I mean, honestly, there would be a lot of people that would be limited, but honestly, like, the idea that, people on the right, especially, will not be limited is kind of fucking ludicrous. Like, they exceptionally would be fucking barred from it. I mean, there definitely would be people on the left who would be for sure, and honestly, from every type of ideology group. But, that's kind of the reason why we don't do that shit. Because it should be just an inherent right that's, given to you as a citizen of the country. Where it's like, yeah, you're an adult in this country, hey, guess what? You get to vote. Boom. Like, when you get, like, your state ID or your driver's license or any of that type of shit, like, you should be able to register to vote in these type of places as well. Like, DMV or the post office or all these places and shit. Like, different public, like these different public offices and shit that people can access, they should be able to have these type of abilities. Oregon does. Like, if you go in DMV, part of getting your license is registering to vote as well. So, it's just different shit like that. Like, that should just be kind of part of it. Like, because once you're, registered to vote and shit, even if you're not necessarily legal to vote yet, you'll be in their system, so once you are legal to vote, then your ballots and all that shit get cast out. It's pretty simple.
This giant ship of a country right into one iceberg after another.
Which is what you fuckers are doing.
Well, that's my position, which I state often and without apology. I'm against voting rights. I don't like them.
Yeah, I'm against democracy because I'm a theocratic authoritarian. Woo!
If it was a position shared by most conservatives and by any significant portion of elected Republicans,
they are.
Democrats would be correct in claiming that universal voting rights are under assault.
Because they are. Okay, I love how he's just, like, saying how much he's, like, against it and how much, there shouldn't be these type of policies, and there's Republicans out there throughout the country in different states that are trying to, repress voting rights and shit, and he's just like, yeah, well, they're just imagining it. It's like, no, they're not. Because of dumb fucks like you perpetrating and politicians pushing this type of policy and shit, it's what makes it a thing, dipshit. It's why they fucking, crow about it, fucking idiot. Like, why else would you fucking, crowing about it? Oh, because fifis or some shit, because facts and feelers don't care about, those feelings or whatever. Or facts and data don't care about the feelings. Like, oh my god. Like, every single thing that, the left has to crow about must just be fucking, imaginatory, isn't it? Like, it gets old after a while, doesn't it? It's like, oh, it's just imaginary fake fifis and just, fake outrage. Just like, after a certain point, it just gets fucking tiring. And if anything, they look like, the fucking people that used to crow about, like, the fake outrage and all this and that, because they're, like, orchestrating outrage, fake outrage, and this idea that, like, oh, there's this, type of fake outrage, amongst the Dems, but, oh, I'm just outraged that they're actually doing that when there isn't anything. Shouldn't we be outraged at the fact they're crowing about it when it's not even happening? It's like, what universe are you literally living in? Like, what alternate dimensional universe did you, like, transition from? Like, a part of me just thinks that. Is there, is there, like, a multiverse, going on here that we're all in, and, like, one of the universes bumped into us, and in that alternate timeline, like, the voting rights aren't being assaulted right now, and, like, the Dems are the culture war freaks or some shit, and, what the fuck? Like, what's going on? Like, was there, like, some sort of, like, multi-universe, like, where the universes bumped into each other and there was a rift where, like, people from that universe are plopped over here, and then people from, our universe are plugged over there and shit, and now there's this mass confusional rift going on that just is just not stopped since? Like, what the fuck?
But sadly, it is all in the left-wing imagination.
I mean,
Well, to prove my point.
Out loud, holy shit. The only thing he left out was that he's pro-authoritarian explicitly, and when it comes to who he doesn't think is qualified to vote, we all know that he means people of color, because they consistently...
Or just poor white people that are, like, hipster lefty types or hippies or something. You know, people like me. But on top of that, like, I mean, he didn't necessarily say it, but he was dog whistling it, though. Like, before I was watching it, I was thinking, oh, he's gonna be an advocate of, like, some authoritarian theocratic system that, you know, doesn't, you know, apply any voting or anything like that. And it's like, well, he didn't overtly say it, but he pretty much said it. Like, we have to look at the Bible. Is there anything that says about rights and shit? No. You know, does, you know, like, about voting? Hell no. Definitely not. So, should we allow voting? No. In my system, it wouldn't be a thing. Or at least a very selected, very limited type of system. Like, there would be very, very limited voting, you know, for something like him. But, I mean, like, honestly, I even got my, you know, critiques of democracy and shit, but it's not even necessarily because of democracy itself. It's because of, like, you know, how, like, stupid and idiotic a lot of people can be that, you know, can be kind of one of the more side effects that are kind of negative that come from democracy and shit, but that's not necessarily really democracy in itself that's the problem there. The problem is mainly education, the lack of critical thinking skills, and, you know, things that really kind of expand on those type of issues. I mean, that's really mainly it. So it's like, if you want to try to address those type of problems in democracy, address, you know, some of the more root core issues of that fucking problem. Like, I mean, you know, not, and also actually, you know, sell them something that, you know, they're gonna look up to as, like, a way that actually benefits them in the long run with their general well-being and their standard of living. Like, when it comes to their health, their job, and, you know, their wages, you know, just their, you know, quality of life, all these different fucking things. Like, I mean, it's really just, you know, those type of basic shit. But that's why, you know, scapegoats and grifters and fucking, or scapegoaters and grifters and fucking, charlatans are able to manipulate the type populace so much because of the lack of education and critical thinking. So, you know, people can, be scapegoated and think it's like the immigrant, or this and that, or the LGBT, or the trans people, or this and that. And just get fucking, you know, gate off into, you know, some sort of fucking tribalistic group and shit, and just, you know, perpetrate this hyper-nationalistic fucking idea that's not even fucking real or even based on even, like, any historical merit. Just some weird mystical, like, false reality of what, you know, they thought history was. And that's why they crow so much about CRT and how much that's so bad, even though it's more of like a university level, like college academia type of, you know, idea and theory. And as far as I understand, it's just a general broader concept of delving into the history and, you know, the perspectives and the historical context of the United States primarily, you know, when it came to race in this country and systemically. You know, and it's just like, what's so bad about that? That's just being more nuanced with fucking history as far as I'm concerned. So, I mean, it's being used as a scapegoat so much where a lot of the, like, quote-unquote anti-CRT bills and shit are, you know, trying to censor as much as fucking, like, Martin Luther King. Like, it's like, what? Like, an average civil rights advocate, where even some Republicans will try to crow about how he's, like, a Republican conservative bastion or some shit. Like, I mean, that guy. I mean, there would be different times where these motherfuckers would try to venerate him, you know, in some weird, like, oh, he was a conservative freedom liberty guy or something, when he wasn't. He was a total, like, democratic socialist, pro-labor, pro-civil rights advocate. So, quite the opposite of, you know, them. But I guess because, you know, fits a little bit more with the quote-unquote CRT liberal agenda, you know, at this point. Now it's like, nope, we're against that now. Can't use it for our own agenda, so, you know, fuck it, we're gonna ban it. If we can't appropriate it, we'll ban it.
They are the most loyal to the Democratic Party. So he's talking about restricting them. they're not the ones that are qualified. That's not what he says. But I mean, if you press him a little bit further, if he was being a little bit more honest, yeah, that's what he would say, I'm assuming. Now, he's lying to you. He says that, the reason why there is no attack on voting rights in this country is because most elected Republicans, most conservatives in general, they don't agree with me. But he's wrong. There is a systematic, coordinated effort by Republicans.
Yeah, like he's literally overtly lying, and there quite literally is actual, like, covert, like, not even covert, but, like, overt fucking systematic, state-by-state type of, repression of voting rights and shit.
Of voters, and we'll talk about that. But first, I gotta respond to some of the things that he says here. So he says that voting ought to be a privilege reserved for those most competent and qualified. Who gets to determine who is and isn't qualified? What if all of a sudden there was a rule that...
Like some fucking fascistic religious council?
Right-wing psychopaths couldn't vote, then he wouldn't be qualified. What if the qualification was you had to have a college degree or own land, as was the case before, or be of a certain sex?
This is probably the highest I've ever been. Good shit, bro. Honestly, this is actually pretty true for people who haven't really done weed that often, or have just, have done it a couple times. But usually, like, the first couple times, they don't really feel like they get high, but after a couple times, like, even if it has been a couple, like, months or a few, even if there's been time in between, usually there will be your body will kind of start recognizing it and, like, actually kind of adapt to it, and actually be like, oh, this is what it does. So at a certain point, the next time you think, oh, I probably won't get too high off of this because last time I wasn't, and you take it, and then it's like, whoop, ground control to Major Tom. Suddenly it's like, well, I'm fucking high. But that's because your body's actually figured out, like, oh, this is it. This is what gets processed. Oh, giggity. Because I remember, like, the first couple times I smoked weed, I didn't feel like I was high. But after, like, the fourth or fifth time, it was like, whoop, I'm high. Like, I see why people smoke it now. So... Like, yeah, I feel like, that's kind of what it was, just had to kind of give it, a little bit more, let your, but maybe, for some people, it's a little longer than others, or it takes a little more, but, or maybe those edibles are just hella potent. I don't know, I mean, there could be various different reasons as to why. I know you're not much of a, stoner bro, but, so that's why I'm thinking, well, maybe it's your body's finally kind of, realize what those compounds are and processing it and shit, or maybe so maybe just I don't know. But that's why Mary Jane is a fun but mysterious mistress indeed.
Determine who's qualified, Matt. I mean, you certainly...
I also kind of wish I was there with you right now just to see how you're reacting and how you are.
Thoughts about who isn't qualified. But see, this ideal for him only works in an authoritarian scenario. In his ideal worldview, he wants an authoritarian dictator to determine who is and isn't qualified. In a theocratic fascistic state, we know the people who wouldn't be qualified to vote. So... this only works, he only gets what he wants. The people who he doesn't want to vote don't get to vote in his ideal regime, which is not democracy. It would be a theocratic regime. So, even though he's admitting quite a bit here, there's still a lot that he's leaving out, still a lot that he's leaving to innuendo. And what he's saying...
Yeah, a lot of what he's doing is honestly a lot of dog whistling. I mean, and the thing is, like, especially when it comes to the far-right theocrats and, fascistic types and shit. I mean, this is why, crypto-fascism is the thing. Because people like Matt Walsh are legit just, I mean, at least, especially if you understand some of the basic ideas about, like, fascism I mean, just a fascist. But, to a lot of people who might not, is a crypto-fascist. Because a lot of shit he's, implying is a very hyper-national, ultra-nationalistic, racial segregationist, like hyper religious corporate mix of hyper authoritarianistic government, which is basically one of the a broad generalization about what fascism is generally about on a very broad level. So it's just like, yeah, I mean, he is definitely a fucking advocate on it, especially on a very theocratic level of it. I mean, that's why the whole term, like, Christo-fascism's a thing, because, like fascists can be primarily religious types, or very primarily ethnic nationalist types and shit, or just kind of full-on just catch-all nationalists and shit. It's like, anyone of our, country is, like, shall be us and shit, and if they're a slightly different creed, as long as they abide by our culture and our ideas, to the T, then they're fine, and all that shit. That's why you get some far-right groups that have minorities in their ranks and shit, like the Proud Boys or Patriot Prayer. Because, they're fascists and, at least to some extent Nazistic, but, they're more of a catch-all type of group where they know that they can't necessarily be called racist if, they have, Latinos or blacks or other people in their groups and shit, which they do. Well, it's because in their mind, as long as they are loyal and follow those type of ideas and beliefs to a T and shit, they're fine. Like, that's pretty much it. As long as you believe, at least, I'd say about, not even necessarily to a T, but about, like, 75+% of their ideas and shit, you're pretty much good on their team. So it doesn't really, so that once it's, to that point, your race doesn't matter as much. I mean, it might to a certain extent, but it just depends how willing you break away from their ideas. But I mean, it's still just built, like a lot of a lot of the broader ideas about fascism is still a lot of it is still based around a very racist way of thinking too and shit, because there has to be other, especially racially and shit, because they're the ones that are degrading our culture and our nation and shit. And unless they utterly assimilate properly, then they're a threat in the enemy and the other. So depending on how far they go with it, they might be full on like ethnic nationalists, or like or like just catch-all nationalists, or just theocratic, type of fascist, types and shit, where, it might, just give or take, might be, we accept you as long as, you abide by our ideas, or it's like, we don't give a fuck, you have to be, like, literally even our color and our melanin and shit in order to, pass, be in our fucking type of system and shit, because fuck you. So. But that's just, a lot of, but that, there's just so much irrationality to it, though. And, even though they all agree on a very general level, like, they'll never be able to agree on this type of shit, so, eventually, like, I mean, also you saw this with the Third Reich and shit as well, but it's like, eventually, it will eat itself up. It will eat itself from the inside out. I mean, and that's just kind of common with these type of groups and these type of organizations. I mean, you don't have to necessarily look at the biggest examples, to see that.
Democracy, and he's saying it. He's saying, I am against voting rights, I am in favor.
I mean, honestly, hell, like, I mean, looking at the GOP now, like, if they don't participate in these type of debate stages and shit, and hell, if get, like, the Libertarians to replace them and shit, and maybe even the Green Party might be able to get their chance too, like, they, like, funny enough, like, because, they're literally eating themselves from the inside out to a certain degree and shit, to the point that they fractured the duopoly system, that actually ends up being more of in favor, towards the people overall, really, when it comes to, especially on issues of labor and shit, because, like, I mean, if they're eating themselves alive to the point they've just fractured the party, then now there's a power vacuum, and now, like, the Libertarians might get their shot, and hell, the Greens might potentially push a little, and get the Dems to kind of put more pressure on them, and maybe even there might be a rift within the Democratic Party, because people in the Republicans might leave and go to the Dems, and then I mean, it might legit cause a little bit of a fractional rift, and it might actually, strangely enough, silver lining, break the duopoly system, which is absolutely needed in this country. So, as much as, like, the ideas and what these fucking far-right freaks and these fascistic type of commentators are trying to perpetuate and trying to establish and shit. They just end up sowing more chaos and more discord, especially within their own ranks more than anything, as much as they crow and cry about order, law and order.
Voting rights. And this is on the Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro is supposedly the more reasonable intellectual conservative, but yet this is who
Ben Shapiro reasonable
he has on his platform. Somebody who is literally pro-authoritarian. Wow. He also says, it's not a natural right. God did not imbue us all with some sort of sacred entitlement to participate in our national elections. The Bible certainly makes no mention of any such thing. I don't give a fuck about your Bible. I don't believe in your God. I don't buy into your superstitions. So I don't care. The point that he's making, though, isn't necessarily to people like me. He's trying to convince people who watch him, evangelicals, that, you know, it's not immoral, it's not against God if you leave some people out. I know that...
Yeah. Honestly, and in the Bible, it is honestly, there are verses and different elements in the Bible that will defend that. I mean, I got one right here, so, like, I especially have all people who understand that shit. I mean, I've read that a couple times, you know, cover to cover, at least twice. But, you know, hell, every now and then I like doing Bible studies myself because shit, because, you know, there's some very interesting shit in there that, you know, can very well, you know, be either, like, strangely enough, like, either, like, very hyper leftist or very hyper far right. You know, just depending on where you happen to be reading.
But
Old or New Testament.
But, you know, if we limit the amount of black people who vote, it's not bad because, you know, voting is a privilege. It's not a right. God didn't say that we should all have the right to vote, so fuck it. Don't let some of these people vote if they're going to vote for who I don't want them to vote for, such as Democrats. Now, ironically, he says this: we are under no moral obligation to allow hordes of stupid, bewildered, clueless zombies to flood the voting booth and cast their ballots in a state of ignorance and confusion. But what if we say that about conservatives? Well, they're very clearly brainwashed by Fox News, OAN, Newsmax, the Daily Wire, so maybe they're casting their ballots in a state of confusion. Should we not allow them to vote? I would argue no, because I
mean, at least when it comes to the hypothetical, yeah, they would be, but because at least especially for me, like, I'm not anti-democratic, like, yeah, they shouldn't be. I mean, it's more about the roots of the problem, and restricting their right to vote and shit is not the root of the problem.
So, suffrage. But when poor people in red states vote Republican, they are quite literally voting against their own economic interests.
I mean, honestly, I'd say people who vote Democrat do too. I mean, people who vote in this duopoly system vote against their economic interests. It's just that people who vote Republican just do so far more, you know, than people who are Democratic and shit. But nonetheless, I mean, like, you know, voting in this in the national electoral system and shit, you're, you know, like, just inherently is going against your own self-interest, which is especially why, you know, like, I advocate more, at least, you know, locally or statewide, you know, type of electoralism, but also direct action as well. I mean, especially primarily direct action, because I think that's, you know, where a lot of the energy should be focused right now. I mean, you know, considering, you know, the, you know, interests that are against us when it comes to voting nationally, electorally. You know, so, you know, like, I mean, at that point, it's like, you know, what's actually, you know, put the focus where it, you know, truly matters, and start, you know, focusing more locally in our own communities and our own workplaces and shit, especially when it comes towards labor. I mean, you know, because that can, you know, build up a bigger opportunity and bigger leverage, you know, against this, you know, type of paradigm, you know, bumping up against this whole system, especially when you're working against it, you know, showing more and more to this paradigm that, like, we're not going to play your rules anymore and play by, you know, the same game as you, then, yeah, then they're going to have to at least start listening at that point. And the more and more that happens, the more and more they have to listen. I mean, it's just like, it'd be, you know, it's, you know, that's kind of why, you know, overall, I'd say, you know, and argue that, like, at least on both sides, yeah, they're, you know, you'd be voting against your own interests and shit. But obviously, especially when it comes to Republicans, far more so. I mean, I think it just kind of goes without saying that, you know, it's, you know, significantly more, considering how far more corporate and more authoritarian against, you know, the national interests of the people they are in comparison to the Democrats, even though they both are either way. It's just one is less against the people, you know, by like, you know, like a little bit of the, you know, just by a little bit, and the other one's just like, just gone.
A seemingly irrational thing to do. Should we not allow people to vote if they're not voting the right way? No, because that's not how democracy operates. So he very clearly is against democracy, and he's just saying it, and it's insane. I'm against voting rights, and I don't like them. When somebody tells you who they are, you should listen to them. And
well, yeah. I mean, honestly, especially, like, this is why I love the, you know, I would have a beer if anybody kind of, you know, a hypothetical, because I would. Because, honestly, a little bit of liquid courage, you know, kind of goes a long way of, you know, telling, you know, when people tell you who they are and shit. You know, just straight up. So, it's like, yeah. I mean, you know, especially when it comes to Matt Walsh, I'm sure he would be totally fine, because these conservatives have exceptions of alcohol when it comes to vices. You know, so I'm sure he would be totally fine with having, like, a singular beer, you know, or maybe, like, you know, one whiskey and Jack, you know, fucking, or whiskey and Coke or something like that. Whiskey and Jack, oh my god, double it up, Jesus. No, but, like, a whiskey and Coke or Jack and Coke or something, you know, like a tall one. And just kind of start chatting it up, like, yeah, especially considering his ideas and, you know, what he would probably boast about, yeah, you know, he'd probably tell you a lot more.
It's probably felt by millions of conservatives across the country. Think about it. How many people actually believe Donald Trump's big lie about the 2020 election? And if they don't believe the big lie, maybe they think, wow, all these idiot Democrats voted for Joe Biden, and I think that that's stupid. Maybe we should restrict voting. Maybe democracy isn't working out for me. I mean, this is truly... It's astonishing to see them admit these kinds of things now. Now, getting to his gaslighting about there not being an attack on voting rights, that's just factually incorrect. He knows that this is indeed something that the GOP has been doing for a very long time. Voter ID laws was previously their go-to, but now they're expanding the range with which they restrict people's access to voting, especially considering the way that the 2020 election went. Because there was such high turnout, largely because we were in a pandemic, so people opted for mail-in voting, and the GOP responded by cutting off the things that specifically drove turnout. As the Washington Post reports, how GOP-backed voting measures could create hurdles for tens of millions of voters. At least 250 new laws have been proposed in 43 states to limit mail, early in-person, and election day voting. Now, keep in mind that this is an article, and we'll dive into it, that was published back in March of last year, but now, since then, there's been much more laws, and the GOP has done even more to disenfranchise people. They're not...
Yeah, and also, like, I'm sure Mike, because he lives in Oregon, will probably bring it up, but Oregon, for multiple decades, has had, essentially, as the norm, mail-in voting. And that's how people vote here. And, the overall satisfaction when it comes to voting, on top of, like, turnout and, you know, and everything else, like, including, you know, minimalization when it comes to voting fraud, even though that's a very, you know, like, very low, thing that happens. Like, there's very low numbers on, that nationally anyway. But, like, there's, you know, especially when it comes to mail-in voting, there's essentially almost very minimal, if any at all. I mean, there's still, like, I would say, at least for Oregon, there's probably, like, maybe a couple issues, because, like, one thing is if you don't do your signature right on the envelope and thing, that could technically get you discarded and shit. There's, like, a few things that can technically discard your ballot, which is kind of some bullshit. But, you know, and also, it's a close primary state. So, you know, I think that's, you know, and also I think that's an inherently anti-democratic fucking idea that, you know, is in multiple different states, including Oregon. And I don't think that should be a fucking thing. You know, like, you know, if you're voting, you should be able to vote for whoever the fuck is running. It doesn't matter what party they are, and it doesn't matter what party you're registered in. You should be able to vote for whoever the fuck ever. Because, like, hypothetically, let's say you're a Republican and you think there's somebody from the Democratic side that you actually, think you want to take a jab at and, might do some good, then you should be able to vote for that motherfucker. You shouldn't have to, like, try to register ahead of time just because you might consider it later down the line. Like, you should be able to just do it regardless of party line. So, I mean, overall, like, there's definitely issues about how Oregon does its elections and shit. I mean, primarily due to the fact that it's close primary, but it being mail-in voting is not it. I mean, also the satisfaction across party lines, all of them, is very high, including Republicans, including the weird, crazy Trumpy ones. It's just like, I mean, because the ability to have it mailed into you at least like a month and a half to 2 months ahead of time, and being able to essentially just take your time to vote, like, because for me, I do, like, sometimes I already know what I'm going to vote on for certain things. I'll look at, like, the, ballot measure, read up a little more about it and be like, all right, this is good. I'm going to vote this way or that way, and then, when it comes to certain politicians or certain people, I'm like, all right, I already like these people, or I already want them reelected, or I want these people, and I'm already going to vote for them. But when it comes to the rest of it, it's like, all right, I'm not too sure yet. I'll just kind of sit on it, research it a little further, blah, blah, blah. So it's just like there's different, it gives you time to actually, like, sit down and research about it, and also, like, just let you think about it. Like, because there'll be some things I'll be like, all right, I'm not too sure who I feel about on this, particular, ballot right here, so I'll just leave it blank for the meantime. Kind of, let the pot stir a little, see, who overall, I might be into, and coming near election day when I'm going to turn my ballot in, usually the day before the day of election, then I'll, I'll cast it in, put it in there, and go. But, like, I usually will let, kind of some time fly by, just to kind of see. But that's kind of why mail-in voting is so fucking good, because it actually gives you time to think about these things. I just wish it was an open primary state, because, hell, there might be politicians in other parties that I think are better in comparison, to the Democratic Party and shit that I have to be registered in because of the fucking close primary state. I mean, because if it was an open primary state, I'd not be a Democrat, at least, when it comes to voter registry. And when it comes to, how I vote and shit, it could be wherever and anywhere, depending on how I want it. But that's how it should be. On top of multi-ranked choice voting, too.
Voter suppression. Now they're trying to strip local precincts of their power so GOP-controlled legislatures can possibly have the authority to steal an election if need be, if Trump loses again in 2024, or if some future Republican Trump-like demagogue comes along and wants an election stolen. They're trying to give themselves the power to appoint rogue electors to the Electoral College to subvert the popular vote in their states. On top of that, they're trying to give themselves the authority, in some instances, it varies state to state, to just outright cancel votes that they believe were illegitimate. That's incredibly authoritarian, but they're doing it. But let's get to the ways that they're suppressing the vote. The GOP's national push to enact hundreds of new election restrictions could strain every available method of voting for tens of millions of Americans, potentially amounting to the most sweeping contraction of ballot access in the United States since the end of Reconstruction, when southern states curtailed the voting rights of formerly enslaved black men, a Washington Post analysis has found. The rush to crack down on voting methods comes after many states temporarily expanded mail and early voting in 2020 because of the coronavirus pandemic, leading to the largest voter turnout in more than a century. The changes reshaped both who turned out and how they voted, with an astounding 116 million people, 73% of the electorate, casting their ballots before Election Day, according to the Post's analysis. So do you think it's a coincidence that Republicans are trying to limit the ways we can vote following an election where turnout was unusually high because access to voting became a little bit easier because we were in a pandemic? Do you think that...
I mean, honestly, the part of me would actually think that you would think that would be something that they would be in favor of. Hiccups, get out of here, goddammit. Because honestly, like, if I was, Republicans, like, hey, I want, to make sure that my voting base, gets out there to vote as much as possible. So I want to expand as much, different options and abilities for my base to vote. It's like, if I was Republican, that's what I would think. So it's just like, all right, how do I do that? It's just like, well, allowing these different ways to, vote by mail, early voting and shit like that. Like, I mean, that should be, like, that you would think that would be something they'd be okay with. And kind of hedge their bets a little, because, like, they could just continue to try to, push better marketing, for their ideas or whatever the fuck, and, potentially, just push, voting rights laws in a sense of, like, well, we'll, like, look at legitimacy of ballots and shit like that, because of mail-in voting, at least, like, for Oregon, for example, like, sometimes, they can be nullified depending on, like, how your signature on the envelope might be, if it's not totally accurate to, like, the name below, or a little off, or whatever the fuck. There's random different little things that are, like, kind of pet peeve bullshit technicalities that could nullify, ballots and shit. So it's like they could just hyper cherry pick that type of shit, and then just kind of go back and forth, where it's just like, hey, well, even though, like, the signature was off on this Republican ballot, well, that's acceptable, even though this Democrat one ain't. It's like, they can still find ways to restrict it without necessarily actually doing it. It's just like, but yet they just can't help themselves. I mean, honestly, because they know that they can't necessarily, win even with that. So they have to fucking, restrict voting rights. Because there's no fucking way, for them to even win, even with those type of margins. Because if they do it on such a mass scale, it'd get a little too obvious. These are people who literally drink Billy Street COVID, so Trump was probably thinking, no way they're smart enough to figure it out. Well, this is more so on just a restriction of voting rights and shit, and mainly on Matt Walsh literally openly saying he was against it. So, this is mainly just on the whole issue on voting rights.
Coincidence? They're just all of a sudden really worried about election integrity and securing elections, and they're worried about voter fraud, which isn't a thing in the country. It's statistically insignificant. It doesn't actually affect elections, and to the...
It actually really doesn't. Like, I think nationally, they're, out of all the ballots and shit, like, when it comes to voter fraud, I think it's literally, like, 0.01% nationally. Like, I think there's literally an entire, like, page about, like, all the different cases of election fraud, and there's not that much. I mean, it's out there, but I mean, collectively, it's very insignificant. I mean, and you can find some, with especially big elections, one at least a couple every election and shit. But like, it's so, like, every time it's insignificant. And honestly, I mean, if you go further back, there probably was a little bit more, because it was probably a little easier back in the day. But now it's a lot harder to do that. If anything, people get caught doing it. And there's been, more than anything, people who are like Trumpies or Republicans who have been caught doing this shit more so than people who are Democrats.
Evidence of voter fraud is happening by Republicans. I mean, do you think this is all coincidental?
I mean, I actually remember a story where a Trump supporter had a mother who was deceased and literally used his mother's dead name to vote for Trump, and was caught with the false fraudulated signature on the mail-in ballot, and it was traced back to as his signature and shit, and was caught, that way. I mean, and also there's been one Trump supporter who literally had garbage bags full of ballots at his house. So it's just like, I mean, so if anything, the different cases of voter fraud have been done with Republicans, or at least, conservative / Trump supporting type of figures, not Democrats. I mean, at least contemporarily. It's just like, what? I mean, honestly, I would like to have, like, one of these, people crow about voter fraud, really, come at me about it one of these days. Because, like, bruh, there's literally stories about people who were Trump supporters doing this. in the last election, not Dems. So it's kind of ludicrous.
Let's go to some graphs here. So 33 states have proposed legislation that restricts early in-person voting and mail-in voting.
Well, I actually want to look at this. Fuck, hold on, let me adjust the quality here. Just so I can actually see it. No restrictive bill introduced is into gray. And percentage of mail-in early person voting in 2016 to 2020. In Oregon, it's just full-on dark gray because of mail-in voting, and there has been no restrictive bills introduced. Washington has, and they're totally vote by mail. California has. Dude, like most of these, wow, even like Oregon on the West Coast is the only state that hasn't had any legislation. Seriously? I thought the other two states would. What the fuck? What's going on in Washington and California? Oh my god. What the fuck? Like, bruh. Bruh. I mean, if Washington's got, like, you know, some bills in their state that has restrictive voting rights legislation, then how's Oregon not? Because Washington's definitely got some rural conservative areas, like Clark County especially. So it's like, how does Oregon not have that? Because it's got some hella conservative places in Oregon too. At least on par with Clark. You know, so it's just like, huh? I'm glad, but I'm actually a little surprised. Not gonna lie.
That are unsurprisingly popular because of how convenient they are. So in my state of Oregon, we've been voting by mail for decades, and both Democrats and Republicans are thoroughly satisfied with it. Do you know why? Because
I actually know where that is. I know what that building is.
Makes voting easy. I don't want to stand in a line outside and freeze my ass off. I want my ballot mailed to me, and I want to take the time to fill it out. Now moving on to graph 2, you can see the number of people.
Alright, what the fuck is this? Millions of voters could face. Alright. State control, Republicans, Democratic mix. Eligible voters. Restricted bills have been introduced in 19 states where Republicans control both legislature and governorship. Okay. Restrictions introduced by states that are controlled by Democrats have little chance of passage. Republicans control and propose restrictions in 3 states, President by 1. Senate Dems from New Hampshire, Georgia, and Arizona are defending all 3. Okay, so what's the alright, so the margin of okay, eligible, okay, so these are all the states that okay, so alright, okay, I get it now. Okay, so these are alright, so the bills that have been introduced, or at least a restriction in voting, are all these states here. Okay. And eligible voters are, you know, yeah, like in these circles. So some of them are small, and like, you know, 1 million, or, you know, 5 million, give or take, or 10 million, or more. Like California's got 26 mil there. You know, Texas 18.8 million, it looks like. Yeah, so, you know, there's different little states here that, you know, have different, you know, bubble sizes here. But so it looks like the light gray ones, or the light blue ones, are the bills that have been introduced, like Washington, California, Connecticut, New Jersey, etc. Hawaii, it looks like. MD, Minnesota, I think. Yeah, or no, Minnesota's right there near the center. MD. MD, what state is MD? Not Michigan. Why did I think Michigan? What the fuck? Oh my god, MD, what? I don't even know, whatever. You know, so, but, yeah, so it looks like, at least for the light bluish colors, looks like at least for the bills that have been introduced in those states won't pass. But for the red ones, versus the mixed ones, they, I guess, potentially do. And basically, well, I guess, like, overall, from what I understand, is that, like, if we combine all these bubbles with, like, the eligible voters, you know, combined into at least potential voting registration restriction bills that could potentially pass, then it can, you know, it kind of gives an approximate about how many people could potentially be restricted when it comes to voting. But also, there's at least a possibility where some states, like, again, like California or, you know, Washington, you know, for example, could potentially have these bills just kind of scuttled and they don't even pass. But, it just kind of shows, though, I think, overall, as a summary, that, like, how many people could potentially have their, you know, voting restricted in comparison to, you know, like, if these bills weren't passed and they were just, like, kept as is. Or, if anything, expansion on it, like, you know, maybe if they were all, like, you know, mail-in ballot bills, and can that X get the fuck out of there? Okay, there we go.
Restrictions impact millions and millions of people. So to see that, and to hear Matt Walsh say, well, there's no attack on voting rights, it's delusional.
I mean, it's just outright lie.
It's very, very delusional. But as honest as he was seemingly being there, he wasn't telling you all of his feelings. And certainly, he disclosed a lot more than most Republicans. But really, he wants no voting. He doesn't care about democracy. He doesn't want voting at all, so long as he gets the policies and the culture and the society that he values. So in the event there was some sort of theocratic fascist dictator in power, he'd be okay with nobody voting. That's what he's not telling you. So,
I mean, that's why he dog whistled in that little segment of his. I mean, you know, because because in his dream society, either there would be very restricted, limited voting, and it definitely will not be electing fucking, you know, leaders in power. That definitely will not be allowed. Unless, you know, you're in a very specific class of people. And then there's going to, you know, also be the possibility of just nobody votes. And there's just, like, this higher class of, you know, religious councilship, or, like, you know, some sort of nationalistic council that fucking, you know, dictates, you know, what happens and shit, with, like, the supreme leader above. Like, just some, like, you know, fascist military junta theocracy shit. Like, that's basically, you know, what Matt Walsh and his type of ilk advocate for. And, you know, people like Nick Fuentes, and, you know, people are so far off, they're basically on, like, Band.video, or whatever the fuck that website's called now, and I've only heard about it just because of these fucks, you know, being on it now. You know, but it's just like, you know, where they openly advocate this type of shit. It's just like, I mean, you know, go far enough, and this, I mean, and they eventually kind of forget, you know, what a mask is, or they're just so anti-mask that they don't even have a political one.
Resorting to saying what a lot of Republicans won't. I mean, honestly, I give him credit for at least being truthful in that regard. Again, most Republicans probably think this way, elected Republicans, but they just don't say this because, I mean, at least up until a year ago, most people in America value democracy, but now the GOP is very quickly becoming explicit.
I mean, honestly, I've heard people before saying that, like, you know, in order to be a politician, or in order to be allowed to vote, that you have to, like, serve in the military, where people, like, would literally want, like, an overt, like, fascist military state, like Starship Troopers or some shit. Like, I actually used to watch this YouTuber who was a gamer, Devil Dog Gamer was his name. He's actually, you know, at least content-wise for the gaming channel and for the video games and shit like that he does, it's actually, I still watch it from time to time, but, like, I remember back in 2016, like, when where he had, like, some video on one of his other side channels talking about, the election and shit. Like, he thought that should be you know, one of his ideas, like, yeah, one of the prerequisites is that you should be a veteran in the military and blah, 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 like, because so many of our presidents, so many of our politicians were in the past, so that's what it should be. You know, it's like, what? Like, wait, what? It's like, beg your pardon there, bruh? I mean, it's like, okay. That's comforting. I mean, but he also, I mean, considering his channel name, Devil Dog Gamer, he also was, I mean, he's also used to talk about it on his channel, but he used to be a U.S. Marine Corps veteran, and did tours in Afghanistan and shit, and actually would tell stories on a segment he doesn't do anymore, but used to, called Marine Corps Mondays and shit, where sometimes he would talk about stories while in Afghanistan or Iraq and shit like that, and some of his time during his tours of duty and shit, which was kind of an interesting, you know, little side thing of his. I thought would, you know, overall was pretty interesting. I mean, at least when it comes to politics, that's literally the only thing I know about him when it comes to shit politically, but that kind of implies what, you know, the rest of his politics might be, and it's like, ooh. But at least when it comes to him just being a gamer, you know, with the content he puts out with that, with like Let's Plays or different little multiplayer sessions he uploads and shit like that, I mean, you know, it's not bad, you know, it's like any other gamer, I guess. Kind of applies some of his like veteran abilities in some of the mill sims that he plays and shit, so I mean, it makes it a little bit more fun to watch, and I guess adds a little, quote, authenticity to it, I suppose, but whatever. I mean, overall, I guess I don't necessarily have anything against the guy, but it's like, I mean, but the point being is that there's people who, you know, might call themselves independent or Republican and shit like that, because if I remember about him, he used to call himself independent. I don't know about now, but, you know, it's just like, you know, like, there's people who legit will think that it's, you know, that voting or being in office or all this type of shit should, you know, even be restricted to like military officials or you know, veterans and shit, and just them. It's just like, I mean, it's not like, you know, I don't necessarily like, I can understand maybe, you know, for some people, you know, that might be a, you know, not a bad thing, but like, especially considering the military industrial complex, our fucking hyper pro war, you know, like culture and shit. Like, no, not necessarily a good idea. I mean, I could definitely think of veterans who, you know, I know even in my own personal life, who I think, you know, are actually unironically, legitimately qualified to probably be in office in comparison to, like, 99% of the fucking yokel fucks, you know, that are in there now. But it's not because they're a vet, it's because they actually, you know, one, give a fuck about, you know, people and shit, and also actually have somewhat decent ideas, and I know they would actually, you know, do things that, you know, are in the betterment of people, just in general, regardless if they're vets or not, you know. So, I mean, it's like, I mean, it shouldn't be a fucking prerequisite. I mean, if, you know, it's something that, you know, can be, you know, a thing that shows and maybe, you know, exceptionates, you know, aspects about your ideas and policy and shit, considering, you know, what you've seen or what you've done, you know, considering your military time or your, you know, service as a veteran shit, I mean, I can, you know, be in favor of it and understand it. I mean, there's people like Richard Ojeda, for example, who are like, you know, hardcore, like, progressive types and labor advocates and shit, but, you know, are also veterans too. And if anything, use kind of some of their aspects of their background in the military and shit, and kind of reintegrate that and extrapolate a lot of what they learn into these type of things. And it's like, I mean, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. So it's like, it shouldn't be some prerequisite or some mandates, but, you know, I can see how it can be useful, especially, you know, to kind of, you know, get in touch with, like, the common man, especially if, you know, they've been out in tour of duty or some shit, you know, because, you know, like, especially if, you know, you got a veteran running and you're looking at another veteran, they're probably going to be a far more supportive view, you know, in comparison to the non-vets. So it's just like, I mean, I can understand it, but, I mean, it can't just be prerequisite, because there's also a lot of poor war hawks and a lot of, like, war criminal types who are also military vets and shit, and it's like, nope. They should not be anywhere near office, let alone running for it.
And that's really bad. That's a horrible sign. So, you know, there's an iceberg dead ahead, and we're going right towards it, and people don't really acknowledge just how extreme the GOP is. But they should look to moments like this where they just admit they're against voting rights and really take that as their warning that maybe we should do something, because people are becoming radicalized at just increasingly alarming rates, and perhaps they wouldn't be as susceptible to radicalization if perhaps their economic conditions improved, if we had more economic equality, if, you know...
Go figure. It's like better outcomes and better standard of living, and, you know, a little bit more comfort in people's lives actually does a little bit more better to help not radicalize people and make them go more extreme. Like, curious.
Desperate, maybe they wouldn't watch propaganda like the Daily Wire or Fox News. I don't know, but this is pretty striking to see, even if it's not surprising. Like, to just see a talking head on the right just say, I don't support voting rights, that's alarming.
I don't necessarily think it is. Because, you know, like I was saying, I know a lot of different people, either anecdotally or even in my own personal life, where it's just like, yeah, well, I guess still anecdotally, but like, you know, either people I've, you know, watched or have, you know, seen before or have heard of, or in my own personal life where, yeah, like, I mean, you know, as sometimes they legit will say the quiet part loud. Where it's like, yeah, I'm actually not in favor of voting rights, and, you know, or it should only be limited, you know, for a certain, you know, like, class of people and shit. Where it's like we have, like, you know, some sort of fucking, like, like some sort of caste system, you know, where it's like, if you're under this specific, you know, caste in our hierarchy and shit, then you can vote, but if you're below that, then you can't. It's like, what? I mean, it's like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm so pro-democratic and shit, like, I fucking want it, you know, in the workplace, and, you know, like, and like, expand it, you know, to the point where it's just like, you know, when it comes to, like, contract negotiations, when it comes to, you know, like, workplace decisions, all this type of shit, like, democratize the fuck out of that shit. Like, I want to expand it outside the whole, like, political electoral process when it comes to shit. Like, we're not going far enough of democracy as far as I'm concerned. That's why it's so fucking unfunctional. Because I think, honestly, you know, in order for democracy to, I guess, quote-unquote, truly work, it has to be, you know, put in place across the board. I mean, and especially as it stands now, it's not at all. So... I mean, because in order, you know, like, because it's, you know, a society and, like, your nation truly democratic if it isn't, you know, across the board. And I know a lot of conservatives are probably like, well, we're actually a constitutional republic, because I get that a lot, and it's like, well, how do you think the people of that republic get elected? Because of democracy. It's like they love to leave that out. Like, democracy is still a part of it. Is a democratically elected constitutional republic. Like, that's what the fuck it is. Like, the democratically elected part is the thing they love to leave out. It's just like, And if anything, like, needs to be far more of the democratically elected part versus the republic part, as far as I'm concerned. Make it a little bit more syndicalist too while we're at it. Oh, look at you. You're so cute. Little ear flipped over. He has no right being that goddamn cute. Benny Silver Rice on a Far Right Talk Show. Oh my god, it's Hake from the Jesse Lee Peterson show. Oh my god. I can't handle a double take on this. Oh no. I can't handle a double whammy. I just can't handle a double whammy of that. Oh no. The thumbnail says most black people shouldn't vote. Oh boy, I'm not going to be able to hang with that. My brain will melt. Plus, I'll just kind of be recycling some of my points already. These are not treatments for COVID. I'm seeing some Viagra, and I see a yellow cup. Oh, no. Oh, that yellow cup. Oh, is that fucking anti-vaxxer freak that literally thinks that urine therapy is like a way to treat COVID? Oh, I bet it is. Oh, I bet it is. Oh, I bet it is. Oh. Why is there Viagra? Oh, wait. Are there people who, oh, hold on. Are there actually people that think, like, Viagra... Wait. Hold, oh my god. Oh no. There's people actually think Viagra treats, oh no. I need to wrap my brain around that one for a second. Okay, like, okay, good. Okay, it's on the table. Oh my God. How does something that gets your dick hard, like, help with COVID? What? Oh my God. I don't even, what? I can't even, oh my God. I'm actually, I think I might have an aneurysm right now, like, oh my God. Okay, oh my God. Oh. Like, okay, I could, like, especially at the very beginning, I could understand how maybe some dorks thought ivermectin was, you know, possible as a treatment and shit. But, like, at this point, it's like a bunch of foo-foo. And then you got, like, the weird wait, hold on. Like, you got, like, the monoclonal antibodies. But then, okay, alright, yeah, okay, monoclonal antibodies. Okay, I just want to make sure, because they kind of sound similar. But then, you know, there was the hydroxychloroquine foo-foo. There was the fucking, I'm calling it foo-foo, but, like, then there was the fucking, like, what else was, you know, Joe Rogan throwing the kitchen sink at, outside of monoclonal antibodies? That's bullshit, like, that, you know, that's foo-foo. I mean, like, all sorts of shit, like, like, you know, people literally going for antibiotics and shit. I got Viagra now, urine therapies, like, oh my God, why? Like bleach baths or whatever the fuck. Oh my. I don't even want to watch it, but I'm gonna watch it, and my brain's gonna melt. Not like it already melted, but you know, it'll melt further. And I guess the Viagra oh my God. I honestly just now looked at it, but leave it to Tucker Carlson to be the one shilling Viagra as COVID treatment. Oh my God.
Was trending the other day, and this is the reason.
There appear to be growing connections between Viagra and treatment for the coronavirus. A nurse in the UK just woke up from a 28-day coma after she got a big dose of Viagra, probably her first.
Wait, so a woman took Viagra? I'm more curious to see what the results of a woman taking Viagra would be more so than the, oh my God, wait, what?
Coronavirus tests along with their ED medication. Who thought Viagra would save us from the pandemic? Dr. Mark C.
Oh my fucking God, are we Man, honestly, I wish that was true. I unironically wish that was true. But alas, it's not. It's not. That's the fucked up thing. That's the fucked up thing about it all. It ain't. It's like, man, I wish. Like, if all it took was just fucking Viagra, like, you know, some little bit of that Pfizer, Moderna, and then, you know, maybe a booster or two, and then some Viagra, if that's all it took, I mean, baby, hook me up. But, like, we know it ain't. We know that ain't the case. Like, Viagra, all it does is get your dick hard. And honestly, I don't know what it does for a woman. Like, I'm actually really legitimately, unironically curious about what it does if a woman took Viagra. I mean, honestly, I've never thought about that. Because, I mean, like, if it helps with erections for men, then does that, like, make a woman's clitoris, like, more erect itself? Like, I mean, what does it do for a woman? I'm actually legitimately, unironically more curious about that than the rest of the shit. Because apparently the reason why this spurred, you know, took Carlson to be like, oh my god, Viagra might help, was because a woman took it, I guess. So I'm literally more curious about that. Like, cause it doesn't got anything to do with COVID and shit, but I'm just curious about, like, you know, what it actually directly did for her. Like, I mean, does it do something for her too? Like, I mean, that's what I want to know. Like, I mean, we're not asking the honest questions here, Tucker. And I thought you were the fucking truth teller here, you stupid fuck.
These are Fox News medical chairs, man.
Bro, motherfuckers will do anything just to not get the vaccine, okay? I love these COVID cures.
Dude, fucking Tucker Carlson is vaccinated. What are you talking about?
Okay, they're my favorite because
all these fucking anti-vax grifters are vaxxed. Like Candace, Tucker, Shabibo. Like, all these motherfuckers are vaccinated. Like, all these fucking anti-vax grifter fucks are. Like, I mean, Tucker is not, like, I mean, he perpetrates this fucking disinfo and shit. Especially on one of, like, the biggest shows on news and television or whatever the fuck. And is vaccinated at the same time. Like, that's honestly the most cretinously disgusting thing about these motherfuckers is that they don't, you know, fucking, you know, like, they don't practice what they preach. It's like that song by Testament, practice what you preach. It's like, come on.
Themselves are the dumbest. Some of this stuff is obviously dangerous, and like false cures are actually really dangerous overall because like it pushes you away from getting the vaccine, which is, you know, free and safe, and that's not good because, you know, hospitals are getting overloaded, yada yada. But when you stop thinking about that for a brief moment and just like focus on some of these psychotic cures, it's pretty funny. There's a guy who's advocating to like shove your own urine up your nose, like neti pot your own nose.
Wait. That's the urine therapy he's saying? Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Oh, what the I think that's taking their fetish of water sports way too fucking far. Like, oh my god. What, like, I can understand it, maybe like having like a body rub or like ingesting it. Well, okay, I still don't get it. But like, I mean, at least, like, but I'm just thinking it from a kink perspective because that's the only thing I could really understand why someone might actually think this is a good idea. Because they're trying to like secretly release a kink urge of theirs or something. Like, I mean, I don't know, like, but, oh, in the nose, dude? In the nose? Bruh. Oh my, I kind of want to like walk around to try to like release this energy off of me. Like, oh my fucking god. I sound like fucking Marion Williamson now. I need like a chakra fucking like crystal necklace or something now. Like, oh my god. Oh, dude, like, my nose and my eyes, like, the back of my eyes and my nose, like, everything about, like, my nose and nasal glands that, you know, are involved with that specific part of my face are just so uncomfortable right now. Like, oh my, I want to massage it, but I can't because it's in my head. It's like, oh my god, like, I have this, like, perpetual uncomfortability now. Like, fuck, I really, dude, I did not need to know that nuance of the urine therapy shit, dude. I did not need to know the specificity of that, oh my god, man, why? How is that supposed to? I mean, you might as well just start in, like, literally, like, buying kidney stones on eBay and just eating them. Like, I mean, you might as well just start doing that shit, like, for fuck's sake. I mean, it's like, yep, eat a kidney stone, that's where it's going. Eat kidney stones, everybody.
I mean, that's great, dude. I mean, that's pretty funny. Like,
oh my god, that animation. Wow, I needed to see
undefeated.
that.
You know what I mean? You can't not laugh at that. I mean, I'm pro neti potting with urine. So that's funny. There's another one that's like, you know.
Wait, oh god, I'm pretty sure it's sarcastic.
People are taking T blockers like finasteride and shit. I mean, they're not.
Wait, T blockers? Testosterone blockers? People are taking like hormone replacement therapy drugs to treat. Are you fucking kidding me? What? Oh my god. People are feminizing themselves to treat COVID-19. Wait, isn't that like an oxymoron for the conservatives? Wait, oh my, this is breaking my oh my god. Oh my god. This is breaking my brain. You gotta, like, emasculate ourselves to trigger the libs because they want to emasculate society and all men. So we're going to emasculate ourselves to trigger the libs, lol. Like, what? T-blockers? Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Wow. I really didn't, like... I didn't know how much this rabbit hole really was. Like, I didn't think it was this deep. But oh my fucking god. I didn't think it would get that deep, but it is. Man, dude. We're not even, oh my god, this is 19 minutes.
Blockers, so it doesn't really matter, but it's like finasteride. I take it as well, you know what I mean? It's like prostate medication. But yeah, the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance is an organization of quack doctors who advocate for ivermectin and various other ineffective treatments. And now some of the things that they're fucking shilling are basically finasteride and spironolactone, which I didn't even know what this is, but finasteride I take is
spironolactone. Spiroelectron? I never even heard of that. What the fuck?
It's like the only FDA approved anti-balding medication. It is to block out your DHT, which is a type of testosterone. It's a DHT blocker. When you produce DHT, it starts closing off some of the hair follicles that you have at the top of your dome. Now motherfuckers are just like forcibly feminizing themselves, I guess.
I know, like what the fuck? So I guess they're taking anti-balding HRT medication or something? I like... So they're forced feminizing themselves as a way to just be like, fuck your vaccine, yo, lol, fuck you libs, basically. Like, that's essentially what I'm just kind of getting at from this. Like, I mean... man... Aren't these the same fucking people that are always like the, you know, the liberals and the LGBT and the trans agenda are fucking like emasculating men and feminizing men and shit? Like, aren't these the same fucking like weirdos that propagate this shit? I mean, I suppose not all anti-vaxxers are right-wing, but like, I mean, a lot of them are. So, I mean, especially at least with the COVID vax thing. So it's like, I mean... like, that one honestly is the one that really like perplexes me a little bit. Like that's the one that perplexes me. Like feminizing themselves to treat COVID because fuck the libs and your vaccine. Oh, by the way, the trans agenda and the gay agenda is emasculating and feminizing men. Like, okay. Okay.
Tucker, we've been talking about Viagra. We talked about it last week about Alzheimer's. We're going further.
Oh my god, I can't believe this is the actual thing. I can't... Who is this fucking dome head? Oh my god, who is this dome head of a man? Mark Siegel. Or Siegel. You literally look like a fucking russet potato with glasses on it. He literally unironically looks like a russet potato. Wait, what's fucking Tucker's face? His eyes look so hold on, we gotta get like the fucking highest quality possible. We gotta like enhance that fucking face. I wish I could like really zoom in on videos, dude. No, hold up. We gotta go back like just a couple seconds here, y'all. Okay, I went a little too far back. What's up, son? Get out of there. He looks like such a doughboy. He looks like a muffin. Hold on. I guess he didn't really change. Dude, his eyes look sunken. He looks sad. Dude, hold on. Holy fuck, he looks sad. He's not even smile. He has like barely a smile. Like deep down inside, like he looks sad. He looks sad. Like he looks like he should be happy, but he's not. He literally looks sad. I remember at CPAC or that Turning Points USA conference or whatever the fuck that was. Like he literally had a speech that was essentially like an existential crisis on stage. Like he had an existential midlife crisis. I'm wondering if that's still affecting him, dude, because he's got like this fucking like sad face, dude. He's got like this internal sad face of like, I don't know my life. I am having an identity crisis. It's like a guru conscious. What have I done? Honestly, like a part of me is wondering if like that weird ass like Turning Points TP USA C pack, whatever the fuck it is, like whatever. It was like about a month ago now. It wasn't too long ago. But like it was straight up like an existential crisis on stage. Like a midlife crisis. He was freaking the fuck out about like everything. Like it just sounded like he was legit having a midlife crisis. I was just like, dude. Like for once I might I actually thought I felt like I might for once during that time watching that I might have felt bad for him a little bit for the first time ever. And honestly, just looking at him like that, it like I mean I think it's still affecting him. Like he just needs like a homeboy to, you know, be with, smoke a fat blunt, maybe have a little bit of whiskey, you know, some Jack and Coke, a fat blunt. He just needs a bro to talk to, you know what I mean? And honestly, he needs to, he needs somebody to, you know, help him see the enlightenment, you know what I mean? Dude, what if, like, you know, out of nowhere, like, within a couple years, Tucker Carlson realizes how much of a, you know, like, wow, I really am been a fraud, and just, like, has, like, an enlightenment moment and a redemption arc? Like, what if we have a Tucker Carlson redemption arc? You know, it's like, I don't think, I mean, knowing the United States of America, anything's possible at this point as far as I'm concerned, so I really do feel like that is possible. That's like a possible element within the timeline. Yeah, that midlife crisis, so, I mean, I don't know, and looking at that face, like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like he's feeling it a little bit. I feel like he's feeling the fucking, you know, pressure, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Maybe, like, it's... I mean, he's not even wearing a bow tie anymore. He fucking retired the bow tie, like, forever ago. Like, he doesn't even do that shit no more. Like, I mean... He's trying to, like, you know, be something he ain't. And he's just like, wow. I'm realizing maybe I've been led astray this entire time. Maybe I'm just being too hopeful. I mean, knowing him, he's gonna be kind of a greedy, narcissistic, nationalistic piece of shit. But, like, I mean, you know, hey, you know, like, one can have a fun little, like, you know, fantasy about it. I feel like his existential midlife crisis is just gonna literally delve him further. Realistically, it's just gonna delve him further into his views. But, I mean, honestly, like... there's always a coin toss to where maybe it's just like, no, I realize this is all wrong. What have I done? What have I been doing this entire time? I mean, it's not impossible. Is it implausible? Yeah. Impossible? Nah. Not really. I mean, maybe I'm just, maybe I'm being a devil's advocate a little too much, but, that face, just kind of spoke to me as, like, he's still suffering the midlife crisis, still suffering the identity crisis there, still does, kind of like, reflecting in his head, like, what am I doing? Like, I mean, he's still, like, that face, kind of really just kind of struck me as, like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Like, it did not strike me as, like, he was really interested, listening to this guy. Like, I mean, he's putting it off, for the show and shit, but, like, I mean, this motherfucker was prepped. Like, Tucker Carlson's prepped with this shit, so he has his talking points already laid out, and he already kind of has an idea of what he's going to say anyway. So, it's like, he can, feign interest and shit. So, it leaves him more room to kind of show his face a little bit, sometimes, if, like, deep down inside of how he feels, because, honestly, if you look at a person's face, especially their eyes, they say a lot. And his face strikes me as, still having a midlife crisis, existential identity crisis mode, so, like, I don't think, he's going to change at all, like, honestly, like, I don't think it means anything fundamentally at the end of the day, but, like, there's always that coin toss. It's America. Like, I mean, this fucking country is, like, never ceased to impress me of how fucking batshit crazy and how many curveballs it throws and how many fucking goddamn weird-ass bullshit comes from this place. Like, I mean, there's... Like, I mean, Trump was president and shit. Like, the wettest we ever seen from the standpoint of water. Like, I mean, that motherfucker was president and shit. Like, I mean... Like, Tucker exists, like, I mean, like, for fuck's sake, like, literally anything is possible, so it's like, I mean, there's at least a 1% chance, like, there could be a redemption arc for Tucker. I doubt it, and it's very minimal. Again, it's like 1%, in fact, it's probably less than 1%, but, America is our oyster, so who fucking knows? As opposed to here's hoping to that less of a percent, because it'll be kind of interesting to have the Tucker redemption arc, where he's actually not a piece of shit and denounces his ways and, like, leaves Fox or something and, like, does his own thing or something. That would honestly be fucking insane. Like if he has, like, a weird, like, redemption, oh my god, in a weird way, I kind of want it. But, like, it'd just be... No one in this country, like, seriously, anything's fucking possible. Like, Crystal Ball used to be on mainstream media, but now she's, like, fucking, kind of low-key banging Kyle Kalinske now. So, I mean, that happened. Joe Rogan went from, like, the DMT, like, stoned 8 theory, fucking, let's smoke some weed, bro, guy, to fucking, like, anti-vax boomer mode. Literally, Trump was president. So, I mean, like, fuck, like... Anything can happen. Like, literally at this point, as far as I'm concerned, in this country, anything can happen, and it wouldn't surprise me. Including the Tucker redemption arc. Like, that would not surprise me. In fact, I would actually be shocked and, we'll look back at this and be like, fucking called it. I'll look back at this existential midlife crisis mode and be like, I fucking called it. But... I mean, and part of me is like, I don't necessarily want that, but at the same time, I really do. But I really don't, because realistically, Tucker ain't gonna have that. He's still gonna be the same piece of shit he's always been. The money's too good. It's like, even if he has his midlife crisis, the money's too good. He could just fucking, like, fucking escape, away from that with luxury yachts and hookers, cocaine, and whatever the fuck else that, rich fucks like him get into.
On it now, as you said, Monica Almeida, 37 years old, she was 72 hours away from having her respirator turned off. They gave her a massive dose of Viagra, and she woke up. Now, what might the connection be there? Well,
Okay, wait a minute. So the details is that she had a Viagra and woke up from okay. You know the reason why, like, dudes are able to kind of get hard quicker and better, like, I guess, quote, better and longer with Viagra and shit, is because it helps, like, pump blood through your body and shit, and helps kind of accelerate that process. And it also helps kind of, like, you know, do a little bit of blood thickening too, which also helps increase the heart rate as well. Like, it basically accelerates your cardiovascular system, you know, to a degree to where it helps pump blood for your system faster. So if you have trouble, quote, getting hard and shit, especially at an older age, it helps significantly with those type of issues. You know, that's kind of why it's a thing. So yeah, if a woman was, you know, like in an ICU where, you know, via you know, COVID, and they gave her a dose of Viagra to kind of help start her fucking, you know, cardiovascular system, to kind of wake her up a little bit, it's not because the fact that that helped treat COVID. That's because it did what Viagra does. See, now that I know what fucking the Viagra did to her and shit, it's kind of funny, like, you know, realizing, like, you know, oh, yeah, it has nothing to do with COVID, like I said earlier. Curious. It's like, you know, yeah, I mean, it does in the sense that she was in the hospital and shit, but, like, you know, her waking up and, you know, helping, you know, and her kind of, you know, being more, you know, conscious and awake and shit while being treated for COVID, that was, you know, that's, it's not because Viagra was combating COVID. It's because it helped kind of kickstart her cardiovascular system a little more. Like, and that's what oh my god, are we serious? This is how they're saying Viagra treats COVID, because it helps, like, boost your, like, cardiovascular system a little bit and shit. And, like, you know, increase the heart rate, and, you know, like, it's blood pumping through your system quicker. Like, are we fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Oh, wow. It literally has nothing to do with treating COVID whatsoever. But they're using a case where a woman had Viagra, you know, dosed, you know, or like a dose of Viagra given to her to, you know, treat her because she was having COVID. But the Viagra treatment was not because it was to treat COVID, it was because of something else. Wow. I love how they're cherry picking very specific information out of this. Like, I can fucking figure it out, and I didn't even know all these very specific details from it. They just said enough for me to fucking pick the rest of the pieces together, to know that they're cherry picking the rest of the shit. Like, are we serious? Are we fucking kidding me? This is how they're saying Viagra treats COVID? Are we serious? Oh my god, they're using one random case. Like, I mean, this is not new, but, like, oh my god. I thought there would be more to it than this. Is there more, you know, like, okay, how long is this little, like, alright, what's the next little, like, chapter in this video? 4 minutes in? We're about halfway through it. Okay, so maybe there's more to this. Maybe there's another case. Maybe they say some other shit. Is it just literally this one case?
A study just published out of Chile in a journal called Critical Care found that this patient studied did not go on the respirator who got Viagra, and they actually went out of the hospital sooner. Now, why would that be? Viagra is not just used for what you think it's used for. It also treats lung problems. It improves blood flow to the lungs. It improves...
Because, oh my fucking god, they're all, okay, so they're using another case where there was like some, okay, so like different treatments that were done in Brazil, or a case, you know, or studies there, where it's just like, when it comes to like the lung respiratory system, and they're using and he's fucking saying it, the blood flow, and, you know, it helps, you know, increase blood flow and circulation for the lungs and for the blood system. Because Viagra helps kind of jumpstart more of the fucking cardiovascular system, which pumps blood through your body. Like, that's what Viagra is, like, I mean, it's like that, it's showing that Viagra is doing what it is doing. Like, what it normally does. I mean, what, like, are we serious? Are we fucking kidding me? You can't be fucking serious. Like, that doesn't treat COVID. It just means that, like, yeah, like, I mean, blood's pumping for your body quicker, thus, you know, for your respiratory system as well, because your heart rate's increased, because you have Viagra dosing you and shit. But that, you know, like, and yeah, like, you know, you're gonna get more blood, you know, getting oxygen and shit, you know, and, you know, and for that whole system, but that doesn't treat COVID or anything. That just, like, are we, oh my god, it has nothing to do with it. I can't believe that, I really cannot fucking believe that this is what I'm being, I cannot believe this is what I'm actually hearing. Like, are we kidding me? This Mark Siegel fuck is literally trying to pitch Viagra as a COVID treatment because of cherry-picked fucking information about Viagra doing what it normally does when it comes to increased blood flow and increased heart rate when pumping blood for your entire body. Which is also why Viagra is sold to get you hard quicker, because that's what it does. Like, I mean, like, I cannot, like, are we fucking kidding me? That literally does fuck all to combat COVID. Like, fuck all. And these fucks are straight up trying to shill it as that. I can't fuck this fucking world. Ugh! Okay.
Lungs. It treats pulmonary hypertension. It treats altitude sickness. It makes something called nitric oxide. Now, nitric oxide is something that the COVID virus decreases, and Viagra increases. And
that what? Based on what? Oh my fucking god! Based on what? Based on what? It may okay. So then what was it again? Like nitrous oxide? Is that what he said?
It makes something called nitric oxide.
Nitric oxide. Okay. So he just basically says like, oh, it makes COVID decrease and Viagra increase. Based on what? How does like nitric oxide fucking help with that? You can't just say it does and just bleh. You can't just throw that out there and not just back it up. Like, what? Because it increases the fucking cardiovascular, like, heart rate and the blood, you know, pumping for your shit. And, like, yeah, I like how he's trying to say, like, it helps, you know, with altitude sickness and all this other shit. It's like, yeah, because when it comes to what Viagra does, like, it helps fucking alleviate some of the symptoms that come with these different things. Like when it comes to oxygen supply in your blood, or when it comes to getting a hard-on, or when it comes to altitude sickness. Like the specific chemicals that are in Viagra, because Viagra is just a brand that's, you know, sold for the specific shit that's in it. But like, for what's in Viagra and shit, like there's different things that are useful for that shit, but it has fuck all to do with COVID. It has fuck all to do with treating that shit, like, at all. Like, I mean, like, how? Just because it fucking increases the blood flow and shit? Like, uh-oh, like, COVID can't catch up to your blood cells now. Sukov, get down. What are you doing? I mean, it's just like, what? It's like, oh, the blood cells are faster because nitric oxide. It has, like, some nitro in it or some shit, baby. Zoom, zoom, blood cells. Zoom! Can't go getting those fucking COVID cells now. Yeah. Yeah, Jack. That's how it works.
Side is something that the COVID virus decreases, and Viagra
oh my whatever
increases.
Whatever.
And not only was there this study out of Chile, Tucker, but there was several studies around the world that if you inhaled that nitric oxide, your lungs did a lot better with COVID. Japan.
Okay, based on what?
China, Scandinavia, all had studies like this showing a big improvement with nitric oxide, just what Viagra does. So I think this is
what? Okay, so where's the correlation with COVID treatment with that? He's just saying that when it comes to, like, you know, breathing or, like, you know, lung circulation, shit like that, he's just saying that nitric oxide is, you know, good for that, but that legit has nothing to do with COVID. Like, how's that help COVID? Oh, because people can't really breathe when they are infected with COVID? Like, that's not a treatment to combat COVID, that's just a treatment to alleviate a symptom. That doesn't help with COVID itself. Like, you're still going to be sick no matter what, you know, with that. Like, I mean, there's things like monoclonal antibodies and shit like that that can actually help combat with COVID, you know, while you have it. But nitric oxide isn't it. Like, they can help alleviate a symptom of having it. But that's a symptom of having COVID. It doesn't treat COVID. It treats a symptom of it. Like, that's quite a big difference. Quite a difference. So it's not a COVID treatment, it's a COVID symptom treatment. It treats the symptoms of it. Which doesn't help with combating COVID, it just makes it a little tolerable to deal with. Like, I mean, if you want to actually combat it, like, nitric oxide ain't gonna do it. That's just gonna make it, you know, less shitty to deal with, you know, your lungs being fucked up. That's about it. That's literally it. Like, he's cherry picking this shit to basically say, it treats COVID, yo. Oh my god. Oh fucking god. I'm just some stoner fucking blue collar schmuck motherfucker, and I can understand the science of this shit better than this fucker. Better than these dumbasses. Well, it's not even that. It's that they do also understand it and shit. But they're just purposely fucking manipulating the information and the facts of, you know, how this shit works, you know, to try to propagate this fucking disinformation. It's just like, I mean, that's just what it really is. That's all. I mean, they know what they're fucking saying. I wish I could stay hard that long. Honestly, you probably don't. Like, there's actually, like, a lot of people do think that, but, like, I mean, when it comes down to it, realistically, there probably is, like, some mild negative health repercussions and shit like that for, you know, in a situation like that. So you might honestly want to, you know, consult doctors and shit like that, you know, when it comes to situations like that. I mean, maybe, like, if it happens in, like, once in a blue moon where you're just, like, a horny Andy that day, you know what I mean? But, like, if it's, like, something that just is happening, then that actually might be kind of an issue. I mean, we've had our horny Andy days, but, like, I mean, if it's, like, a reoccurring thing, even on the non-horny Andy days, then you get, there's kind of an issue you might want to address, you know what I'm saying? But, you know. Like, I've had horny Andy days, and, like, I want to say handy, but, like, whatever. But, like, you know, the horny Andy days and shit, you know, yeah, there's gonna be erections that last a little bit more than 4 hours. Or at least, like, you know, mostly erect, you know, throughout the, you know, 4+ hours, you know, intervals. Maybe a 20-minute period where there's, like, a little recharge, like, you know, you're charging a battery, you know what I'm saying? But that's the kind of thing. I mean, you need a little bit of a recharge time in between all that. That's why, you know, like, on average, you know, your dick legit will recharge for about 18 minutes, you know, naturally, you know, before you fuck again. Like, you know, because if you try to push it, you know, it's like, you're kind of, you know, low-key doing some disfavors, but at the same time, it's like, well, you know what? I just got, you know, quad nut that one. I can't just, you know, I can't just do uno. I can't just do duo. Can't do a trio. Gotta go quad. Post-nut clarity has saved me from many a mistake. Oh my god. I honestly, for me personally, I don't know if I've had that yet. I'm sure one of these days I will, but yeah, not yet. Not that I could think of, at least. I think I've had, like, some quote-unquote post-nut clarity where I'm not necessarily having, like, you know, mistake regret mode, but just kind of like, wow, I'm actually fucking into that. Goddamn, I'm a weird fucking kinky fuck, aren't I? Like, you know, there'll be, like, kind of a revelation moment, like, wow, I'm a weirdo. Like, I'm in some weird obscure shit. Like, what the fuck? So, I mean, you know, there's every now, I guess the post-nut clarity doesn't necessarily have to be regret. It could just be kind of just generalized realization, too. So, I mean, I guess there is that as well. I mean, I guess post-nut clarity doesn't have to be regret. Yeah, so. Maybe it could just be encouragement, where it's like the post-nut clarity, it's like, oh, wow, I have clarity, I'm really into this. Yes! Yeah, so, yeah, who knows? I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be negative, I guess. Oh, who's a good baby? You're just so sweet. Yeah, you love those little head screeches. You love that? Yeah, you do. Sweet little cutie. Cute little baby. Look at that little ear. Your ears are getting huge. Got some huge little ears. Look at these little ears. Oh. Cute little ears. You got the derpiest little eyes, you know that? Oh, he's just so fucking cute.
Other studies are going on, and I think this is a potential treatment.
What is going on, bro?
Did he just say it's a potential? Oh my, okay, I already explained why it's not, but I know, so I'm not gonna go over again, but oh my god, I can't believe he actually, like, I know he was trying to couch it as that, but I didn't think he was actually gonna fucking say it. Like, oh my god, I hate this country! Man, can I just, like, seek refugee status in, like, Uruguay or something? Like, I want to hang out with my, you know, South American homeboys, you know what I'm saying? Like, because honestly, I know I have an absolute fucking banger of a time. I know they're probably got, like, some crazy-ass, like, raves, EDM parties, fucking, like, punk scenes. I'm sure they got crazy shit going on, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see what the music scene is down there. Like, I mean, you know, just put me down there. Give me the just, oh my god. Like, at least, you know, the people over there at least got something that's called a brain.
This is catering to your target audience so well. This is, remember how yesterday we were talking about people who say
I mean, it's true. I mean, a lot of boomers do watch fucking Tucker Carlson. Oh my god, what if this is just a subtle fucking Viagra advertisement to get boomers to take Viagra just so they can, you know, have a more of an opportunity to fuck their wives more a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Like, what if it's just like a subtle way for, like, Viagra to be like, hey, you know, we can, you know, considering the different things that, you know, actually Viagra, at least, you know, specific chemicals that are in it that can help and shit, maybe we can get a bunch of people to buy it and they can use it to get their dick hard and fuck a lot. Well, at the same time, they're thinking of fighting COVID, but you know what? Hey, you know, they're fucking and they're getting their dick hard, so it's all good. I mean, I'm pretty sure Viagra utterly, absolutely denounces this bullshit, but, like, I mean, I'm sure this guy is probably, you know, funded by, you know, big Viagra, or at least, you know, at least probably the manufacturers of the chemicals itself and shit. I don't know. Either that or just an absolute fucking idiot.
Being introverted is
probably both.
Superpower. Like, even if you're, you know, even if you have a lot of social anxiety, that's actually a good thing. Like, Bill Gates had social anxiety because they recognize that, like, that's the audience that they're talking to, right? It's the Sigma male shit. This is that version for the fucking geriatrics, okay? They're already bricked up. There's a reason why Viagra ads run nonstop on fucking Fox News alongside Michael Pillow's pillows, you know?
That's true.
Because they're saying to their target market of 65-plus-year-olds that already take Viagra that, you know, it's actually good. It'll cure your COVID. Nice. Yeah, just don't get tested. Don't get the vaccine, God forbid, okay? But, you know, Viagra, ding. Excellent. Anyway.
I love that little edit. Ding. I mean, yeah, you know, get your dick hard. That's okay. Vaccine? Nah, fam, I'm good. It's just like, what? I'm like, oh my god, man, this, what's wrong with people? I mean, it's not also, it's not inherently Americans that believe this shit too. You know, there's fucking, like, people internationally all over the world, like, you know, places like in Europe, South America that, you know, will find, like, you know, their, like, you know, the, like, translated articles from, like, different little, like, outlets, you know, in their countries that, like, you know, regurgitate this shit. and then they believe it. Like, the whole anti-vaxxer crowd isn't unique to America. Like, there's a lot of these motherfuckers all over the place. So, I mean, it's just like, I mean, you know, there's motherfuckers that believe this everywhere. It's like, no. I mean, honestly, you know, say what you want, but, like, when Macron fucking Trudeau came out and was like, yeah, these anti-vaxxers are literally a bunch of fucking idiots. Like, and saying that specifically to their citizens, like, yeah, our citizens being anti-vaxxers, they're fucking idiots, basically. I mean, they didn't say fucking, but, you know, it's implied. And they're like, yeah, they pissed us off, they're a bunch of idiots, and they're morons, and they need to get the goddamn vaccine, and they're a bunch of fucking dipshits. Like, I mean, pretty much in summary, it's like, you know what? You're pretty much saying what, like, the rest of us people that got a brain actually are thinking. If only you to go just a tad bit farther. Oh my god, maybe they actually be based for once. Blackface Trudeau and corporate slimeball Macron actually being based for once in their lives, like, that'd be a first. Blackface Macron. Or Blackface Trudeau. Like, he did it twice, too. That's the fucking crazy thing. He was caught twice. Like, I'm surprised there wasn't a third time's a charm. I'm sure there is. I'm sure we're waiting. Yeah, I'm sure it's just waiting for it. Third time's the charm for Trudeau. You know, I think it's gonna happen. Honestly, I'm surprised there hasn't been some shit recovered of, like, Biden or Trump being fucking blackface, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm actually kind of surprised there hasn't been something about, like, he's a motherfucker that strikes me, like, in his youth in college, he would blackface. You know what I'm saying? Like, Biden strikes me as a motherfucker who would do it. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, he just strikes me as a motherfucker who would. Like, I'm actually a little surprised there isn't something that's just, like, come out of that shit. You know what I mean? Low key. He strikes me as a motherfucker who would. Like, in his college, in his youth. I'm shocked Obama didn't do blackface. How can he do black... that doesn't even make sense! It'd make more sense if Obama did, like, whiteface or something.
Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Don't get me wrong. I am not a fucking weirdo. I'm not the type of dude who's gonna be like, oh yeah, let's not do that, okay? If something works and there is enough, like, actual medical research on it, okay, enough peer-reviewed studies on it, and it's effective, then fuck yeah, dude. Why wouldn't you? Why the fuck would you not? All right, let's see what the fuck is going on here. Vaccine police anti-vaxxer Christopher Key has a new conspiracy for his moronic MAGA followers to cure COVID. Drink your own urine.
That it's very possible, probable, we have the antidote, okay? And the antidote is even for those that have been vaccinated.
Bro, if you're watching someone who's wearing a blazer with a V-neck, like, tap-out shirt underneath it, that's not a person you should be getting information from. I'm sorry, okay? I'm doing some lookism, okay? I'm being, like, anti-fashion. Sorry, that's not a doctor. That's a snake oil salesman. It's not even a snake oil salesman. That's a piss peddler, okay?
And the research he's already sent me just blew me away, and they're going to tear me.
Yeah, it blew you away, dog, because it's not real. I mean, a lot of things probably blow you away, you know what I mean? Because he's a fucking idiot.
Apart, but hey, they tear me apart all the time. And I've been practicing this for 20 years, and everybody's always said,
oh my god, that is a self-made Nikola Tesla shirt. That was a regular Nikola Tesla shirt that he got off like Redbubble or some shit. And then homie went and actually cut it into a V-neck. Oh my lord, dude.
I'm cray-cray, and I am, but I'm crazy like a fox, okay? And guys, when I tell you this, please, you know, take it with a grain of salt.
Cray-cray like a fox.
Research, okay? Because this is going to just be like, there's no way. But the antidote, and I'm going to kill my credibility. What credibility do I have anyway? So, hey.
I mean, homie is self-aware at least that he's got nothing going on.
The antidote that we've seen now, and we have tons and tons of research, is urine therapy. Okay?
What's the point? You think there's like one guy in that room that's like, okay, I'm getting the vaccine, dog. This is bullshit. Like, I feel like that is a point where you have to be like, okay, something is wrong here. Like, that is my, like, no matter how much I believe something, if the guy starts telling me to drink your own urine, I'm going to be like, no. I'm going to question everything this person has said so far. I'm going to even examine the steps I took in getting to the point where I'm sitting in a room with a football painting in the background as this man wearing a V-neck, personally made V-neck of Nikola Tesla over under his blazer is telling me to drink my own urine. Like, that's, like, I fucked up. Doesn't matter what my spawn point was. But the end point is we're failing. We have gotten to a point in this video game where the end of the game, you died, is like inevitable, okay? It's very close. You need to change that immediately, okay? You need to change everything. Like, this dude, they didn't force this guy at gunpoint to admit that he's been drinking his own piss for the past 20 years. He did that on his own. Like, he did that as a talking point. You know what I mean? He did that as a conversation starter. He did that to open the convo.
And I know to a lot of you this sounds crazy, but guys, God's given us everything we need, okay? And I'm going to give you, again, I tested
straight up at that point. Put yourself in a coma, and then, you know, it's like a save point. You know what I mean? Like, restart. You know, go back to a different save point. Put yourself in a coma, get out of the coma, and then you'll get a clean slate. Okay? At least it's their own urine. Next step is some grifter just selling his magic urine. I think that's illegal. I'm pretty sure you can't do that. But
wait, what? Thinking I was gonna drink so you're for COVID therapy? Oh my god, no! Oh shit. You have no water in your bowl? You're just trying to drink water out of this, huh? The fuck no? Why would I, like, do some weird ass, like, water sports, like, therapy treatments? I mean, it's like, what? Why? And also, like, it's bodily waste. Like, it's not even good for you. Like, there's even, like, bacteria and shit that can, you know, be all up in there. Like, you got, like, a little fucking micro, like, ecosystem in your fucking bladder and shit, dude. It's like, bruh. It's like, got gut bacteria, but you got, like, bladder bacteria, too. Like, a bladder gut bacteria. It's like, damn, son. It's like, not even that shit's fucking sterile.
It is America after all, and they might say it's the Admiralty Maritime Corps.
Anyway, hold on. I missed a lot of that, so here, I'm gonna go back.
That's not a person you should be getting information from. I'm sorry.
This guy looks like, by the way, that guy looks like a fucking coke addict. Like, he snorts coke on a daily.
Would you not? All right, let's see what the fuck is going on here. Vaccine police anti-vaxxer Christopher Key has a new conspiracy for his moronic MAGA followers to cure COVID. Drink your own urine.
That it's very possible, probable, we have the antidote, okay? And the antidote is even for those that have been vaccinated.
Bro, if you're watching someone who's wearing a blazer with a V-neck, like, tap-out shirt underneath it, that's not a person you should be getting information from. I'm sorry.
I mean, the only information you'd be getting from is where the closest gay bar is, like, low-key, though. Like, where the most sleaziest, like, you know, LSD, fucking, like, whippets, poppers, fucking, you know, crack, you know, not even crack, like, cocaine and shit, like, if you want to go to, like, the, you know, the happy-go-lucky drug, like, you know, world's your oyster, fucking, you know, like, let's fuck everybody, like, orgy gay bar sesh, you know, fucking place, like, he's the guy. Considering he's, like, some crazy Christian cultist dude, like, I guarantee he does that.
Lookism, okay? I'm being anti-fashion. Sorry, that's not a doctor. That's a snake oil salesman. It's not even a snake oil salesman. That's a piss peddler, okay?
And the research
literally
that sent me just blew me away.
Like, he gets, like, a bunch of fucking gimps and pups together and, like, you know, will be in the bathroom of the fucking local sleazy gay bar and will, like, get pissed on a daily basis on a weekend, dude. That's what he does. I guarantee it. He gets in his own little pup mask, gets all, like, you know, in a fucking, like, straight jacket, like, latex fucking, like fucking vacuum sealed, like, cocoon jacket thing, and fucking, you know, just, like, just becomes like the fucking urinal and shit for everybody there. Like, I mean, that's what his like weekend job is. Like, dude, he gets like little tips. He has like a little tip jar and like one of the little shoulder pads or something. You know, people can throw some change in there if they want. Like, guarantee you that's what he's got
it's not
going.
real. I mean, a lot of things probably blow you away. You know what I mean? Because he's a fucking idiot.
But hey, they tear me apart
And a
all the
kinkster.
time. And I've been practicing this for 20 years.
By the way, if you think I'm kink shaming, like, I mean, he could do that all he wants, by the way. Like, I'm saying, you know, if anything, I want him to do that further. I want him to explore, his sexual proclivities even further with that. You know, like, you think I'm kink shaming? Fuck you. You're the one kink shame, bitch. Like, I mean, I'm sitting here wanting him to, explore and express that even further. But yet he has to fucking, try to hide that and suppress his fucking, liberation of sexuality and fucking, and it's like identity and that shit, and just wants to try to hide it and peddle in this fucking bullshit in a snake oil. That's what he wants to do. Like, instead of just like seeing for who he wants to be truly, like, just a little straitjacket, little like twink gimp boy that's just, being everyone's funeral at the fucking sleazy gay bar and shit. Like, instead of being that guy, he's just being the weirdo that's fucking, forming a little cult, selling some literal unironic piss oil. Like, I mean, trying to, like as a way to, like, unleash this little weird kink urge, instead of fucking, just letting it, frolic naturally. It's just like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. You could be doing you and everyone else a fucking favor. But nope. Nope. Some other sad bastard has to take your place. And maybe they might not even be into it, into that kink as much as you are. But yet, that son of a bitch has to. Maybe they only want to do it every now and then. Maybe that person that's taking your place only wants to do it once a month. Maybe they don't necessarily want to be like a full-on urinal shit, but only, maybe the occasional, maybe they only want their partner doing it, But sadly, that sad bastard has to fucking, take that job because you, being sexually repressed, do not want to fucking, truly unleash the beast from within. And just, do full sexual liberation. Like, you sad bastard. You sad bastard, you. It's like, you could be doing more with your life. But no. Here you are, peddling anti-fucking COVID bullshit. It's like, I mean, good job. Like, look what you done. There's more dignity being the fucking urinal gimp than this, okay? Objectively, there is. There just is. There is. Let me just tell you, there is. You got your freedoms, but let me just tell you, there's more dignity if you get the vaccine and just be the little, gimp. I just tell you, you got your freedoms, but I tell you, don't want to be sad, don't want to be one of those type of losers, I tell you.
Everybody's always saying,
oh my god, that is a self-made Nikola Tesla shirt. That was a regular Nikola Tesla shirt that he got off like Redbubble or some shit. And then
wait, that is a Nikola Tesla shirt. Oh my god.
Homie went and actually cut it into a V-neck. Oh my lord, dude.
I'm cray-cray, and I am, but I'm crazy like a fox, okay?
Wait. Did he just say cray-cray? Oh my god, he is gay. Oh my god, I am so nailing it. Dude, okay, oh look, I was just kind of a little low-key, playing it and being hyperbolic, but oh my god, I don't think I am anymore. I think I'm actually, he just said he's crazy as a fox. Oh my god, dude, this guy is seriously he's trying to hide his, dude, dude, oh my god, I fucking, like, I'm nailing these guys tonight, like, holy shit. Like, I'm like armchair psychoanalyzing these sons of bitches, but I'm just fucking, like, I'm nailing with these guys tonight. Like, holy shit. Like, like, I mean, dude, tell me I'm not wrong after that. I'm cray-cray. I'm crazy like a fox. Like, dude. Oh, dude, you cannot just, oh my god, dude, you so are secretly gay, dude. My gaydar is just absolutely through the fucking roof. And honestly, he's a secret furry too. Crazy like a fox? Oh my, dude, you are fucking furry, bro. This guy is a closet furry. A closet gay furry who wants, like, a bunch of pups in the, local furry meetup at the gay bar, to be... Dude, I nailed it. I fucking nailed it from her. Dude, he so badly wants it. But nonetheless, here he is, doing this instead.
I'll tell you this, please, take it with a grain of salt.
Cray-cray like a fox.
Research, okay? Because this is going to just be like, there's no way. But the antidote, I'm going to kill my credibility. What credibility do I have anyway? So, right.
I mean, homie is self-aware at least that he's got nothing going on.
The antidote that we've seen now, and we have tons and tons of research, is urine therapy.
Point. You think there's like...
I love how like somebody was like, oh, what? Like, I love how somebody even in the audience is like, wait a minute, that's too far for me, fam.
Room that's like, okay, I'm getting the vaccine, dog. This is bullshit. Like,
dude, whoever did that, like, hold on, I'm going back a little bit. If you hear it, dude, whoever did that got the vaccine that day.
Okay.
What's the point?
Oh shit.
We've seen now, and we have tons and tons of research, is urine therapy.
Alright, whoever made that noise got the vaccine that day. Whoever made that... whoever made that got vaxxed that day. Fucking guarantee it. Guarantee it.
Okay.
What's the point?
Whoever made that noise got it that day.
I'm getting the vaccine, dog. This is bullshit. Like, I feel like that is the point where you have to be like, okay, something is wrong here. Like, that is my... Like, no matter how much I believe something, if the guy starts telling me to drink your own urine, I'm going to be like, no,
fam.
I'm going to question everything this person has said so far. I'm going to even examine the steps I took in getting to the point where I'm sitting in a room with a football painting in the background as this man wearing a V-neck, personally made V-neck of Nikola Tesla under his blazer is telling me to drink my own urine. Like, that's, I fucked up. Doesn't matter what my spawn point was. But the end point is, we're failing. We have gotten to a point in this video game where the end of the game, you died, is like inevitable, okay? It's very close. You need to change that immediately, okay? You need to change
your faction and, you know, start, you know, like switching up your little, like, you know, plot line of the video game really quick in your ending story mode game here, bro, before, you know, you get the inevitable ending on this one, because it ain't good, bro.
Dude, they didn't force this guy at gunpoint to admit that he's been drinking his own piss for the past 20 years. He did that on his own. Like, he did that as a talking point. You know what I mean? He did that
because he is a kinkster that like I said, I don't even want to reverberate it over and over again, but you get my point. Like, he wants to be the fucking, like, furry, like, gay pup urinal for, like, you know, the local furry gay meetup and shit. Straight the fuck up. No kink shame, no homophobia involved, just straight honesty right there, just pure facts. Like, he wants that. Crazy as a fox, cray, you know, urine therapy, talking about that endlessly, like hardcore V-neck status, like kind of got like a lesbian haircut going on a little bit, like I don't know what's going on with that. Like, I mean, like the dude's kind of nailing all the criterias of like a very insecure closeted gay man, like straight the fuck up. Like, I mean, there's enough of these fucking weird religious nuts that have, like, insecure homosexual tendencies and shit, where this guy literally is nailing all of them. All of them.
His starter. He did that to open the convo.
And I know to a lot of you, this sounds crazy.
Hey, I like how you, like, went in, like, huh? Like, it's the woman who was like, and then started, you know, like, kind of fucking resisting and protesting a little bit. He was like, huh, I don't give a fuck. Anyway, you know, showing my piss here, you know, it's just like, let me show you piss. It's just like, he kind of, like, wanted to see what she was saying, but it's like, you know what, never mind. I need to keep showing. I need to, like, you know, try to win everyone else before she starts, you know, spreading discord against the group. I need to sell this quick.
God's given us everything we need, okay? And I'm going to give you, again, I tested
straight up at that point. Put yourself in a coma, and then, you know, it's like a save point. You know what I mean? Like, restart. You know, go back to a different save point. Put yourself in a coma. Get out of the coma, and then you'll get a clean slate. Okay? At least it's their own urine. Next step is some grifter just selling his magic urine. I think that's illegal. I'm pretty sure you can't do that.
Hold on. British artist Gavin Turk sells cans of his own urine. Here's an exception for art projects. Mississippi law will ban sale of real or fake human urine. Oh my god. Wait, so there's actual exceptions to that? No fucking way. Why? Oh no, my god. What is wrong with this world? What's wrong with our species? What is wrong with our species? there are some things I am learning that I don't need to learn here.
I'm wrong. It is America after all, and they might say it's the Admiralty Maritime Court that I abide by as a libertarian or some shit and get away with it.
This has been around for centuries. We've got research after research, documented, peer-reviewed, published papers on urine. We do. We have this.
I love how he's so excited for this. He's so excited for urine, guys. We got endless and endless papers and peer-reviewed data on urine, everybody. Dude, this guy is way too excited. Dude, like, oh my god, it continues to enforce my point, man. This guy's a kinkster for water sports. Hard the fuck core. Like, he is oh my god, I bet he has, like, a secret FetLife account where he goes into, like, secret BDSM hardcore, like, water sports, like, meetups and shit, dude, I swear. Like, I bet if, like, we look into this guy's, like, you know, actual, like, accounts and everything, like, every account in every platform possible, like, I guarantee you there's a FetLife, Pornhub, fucking, like, you know, like, heavy R, like, all sorts of crazy fucking extreme, like, crazy fucking, like, kink sites and shit. Like, you know, maybe like a furry site here and there and shit. Like E621's probably on there too. Like, I mean, motherfucker got it all. Like, this dude is, like, dude, the projection is so strong. Like, my furry-dar, my gay-dar, like, my kink-dar, they're all off the charts. Like, this guy is just screeching like a fucking meteorite about to, like the fucking, like, Chablansky fucking meteorite or whatever the fuck that one was, like, a decade or so ago. That, like yeeted itself into Russia and shit. Like, he's just screeching in broad daylight, you know, where everyone can see in the morning and shit. Just like, yep, here I am, a kinky, insecure, gay, furry guy, just wee, just like screaming across the sky. Like, okay, like, all right, bro.
Okay, bro, you're getting way too excited to talk about urine.
I know, it really is. He's too excited.
Published research papers on urine.
They have been doing it for the last 9 months now, and what he has right now is all anecdotal because, again, you know.
Wait, anecdotal? Did he just say anecdotal? Anecdotal. Anecdotal. Did he just... Hold on.
On urine.
They have been doing for the last 9 months now, and what he has right now is all anecdotal because, again,
he did say anecdotal. My guy, it's anecdotal. Anecdotal. It's not antidotal. What like? Oh my god, this guy can't even English either.
Wait, did he say what we have right now is all antidotal?
Oh wait, he even noticed it? Oh my god. See, he even called it out. Oh my god, it was that obvious.
What he has right now is all anecdotal.
This is my doctor dog. I'm gonna die, okay? This is my doctor dog. I'm gonna drink my own piss. Yeah, it's antidotal. Like,
antidotal.
You know, the antidote. You know, that's what that means.
It's antidotal, y'all.
Antidotal.
Because, again, you know, to put together a randomized double-blind placebo study with this is kind of tough, but...
Wait, what the fuck did he just say? Wait, what? I literally did not catch anything he just... Wait, oh my god, I'm having an aneurysm. Oh my god. Oh my god, what? Fuck, what did he even say? I don't even know. What? I can't even, like... What was that? What? Oh my god. That was just incoherent. Okay, wow, okay.
To put together a randomized double-blind...
Because, again, you know... To put together a randomized double-blind placebo study with this is...
Okay, let me try to even, like, recreate that. Okay. A double monoclimate either call up the seabed show, but the team applied. It's antitotal. There you go. I think that's, you know, I think that was it. You know, like, That was literally the most incoherent thing I think I've heard.
I'm gonna give you some stuff.
To put together a randomized double-blind placebo study is kind of tough. What, like they can't fake the consistency of piss? Like homies are out here doing fucking double-blind placebo studies for everything else, but...
Okay, I guess Hassan was able to actually, like, understand the gibberish he said. I literally could not even wrap my head on what the fuck he even said.
Simply have not been able to get the consistency of piss, you know? You just can't do it, brother. Why is it tough? Because people are like, yeah, I'm not gonna drink my own piss, thanks. Like, that's why. You know, we can't get people to do it. Because everybody's like, I want the real piss, not the fake piss, brother. That's why. Fuck the worst case.
I don't want that fake news piss there, brother. I need a real, natural, you know, straight from the tap top piss there, brother. That's what I need, organic.
Guy is your doctor? You mean the worst case scenario? That was antidotal, brother. I'm gonna start saying that. He was
antidotal, brother.
I'm gonna start saying antidotal. It's gonna be like my new George Orwin. Worst case.
I'm stealing it too. Antidotal, dude. Antidotal. Antidotal. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck,
brother? I love that.
Antidotal,
hey,
brother.
Ontario. Buddy doesn't know the Trailer Park Boys. Oh, is it a meme from a fucking show, Trailer Park Boys? I love that. That's funny as fuck. You know what's not harming America? Fake COVID tests.
Erin Cates is a wife, okay? She's a mom too, and she's COVID positive. But see, she knows that now. She didn't know it when she got in this line. Erin, her husband Doug, and their 3 kids were in search of a test. When they saw the signs along 41 in Bonita Springs.
And they opened up their eyes, they saw the sign.
There was just kind of like, almost like an election advertisement type sign, like a plastic sign that sits in the ground that says COVID testing this way. And I think it even said free COVID testing.
In line, they were told to grab one of these doctors' clinical lab cards, scan the QR code, and enter their names, address, a picture of their driver's license, and all of their personal insurance information.
What? Okay, that sounds off.
We went to CenturyLink. They didn't need all that information.
But the Cates filled out the card anyway.
That's sus. Like, especially when it comes to a free COVID test and shit. Like, the whole idea of it being free is that you show up and you get one. Like, you don't need to do any of this extra shit.
And waiting for a test, they got a notification that their results are ready. Results of a test they were still in line to take.
We got an email.
Huh? Yeah, see, what? Yeah, see, that's what, oh my god. That's why you don't do that. I mean, I'm not gonna victim blame because honestly, you know, I'm sure a lot of people don't actually know that, but it's like, I mean, if you get a COVID test, you don't need to fill out all this bullshit. Like, I'm sure, honestly, I bet, like, at most, you probably have to, like, I haven't needed to get one, but, like, when it comes to, like, get one, I'm sure, like, honestly, it's more like, hey, you just kind of fill out your name that you got one so we can, hey, what'd you just grab? Oh, your rawhide, okay, there you go. But it's just like, I mean, they were like, hey, fill out your name or whatever, just so, we have a record that one of our tests has been taken, so we, document how many tests have been taken and shit like that. Like, I'm sure there's probably about as far as that, but it's not like all this other shit. Like, what?
Both of us and our...
Let's go! What do you mean? That's great. Use that to your advantage.
And our 3 kids, saying that our rapid test came back negative.
The Cates told me other people in line got the same exact message. Erin?
Yeah, that's right, baby. Come on. You're fine. You're fine. Go out there. Get out there. That's real rapid. That's so fucking rapid.
It's so rapid that we didn't even test you. You're negative before we even test you. That's how rapid we are, brother. Just go out there and get your piss treatments, and there you go, brother. Let's go. Get your Viagra treatment too, brother. Hey, it's all good. You're all right. It's all hunky-dory. You're fine. Just get out there and get back to work and, be busting your ass like a mule. That's all you need to do there, brother. That's right. Let's go. Rapid testing.
Before you even took the test, they were like, you're good.
And Doug did not like that one bit.
So, I confronted the man. I asked him how this happened.
So they emailed Wink News. and I started to investigate.
What the fuck is Wink News, bro?
First,
Wink?
I tried to call Center for COVID.
Dude, it's literally one letter away from twink. Like, oh my god, I can't take a local news fucking agency that literally is Wink, dude. It's like the hostess stock name. It's literally TWNK. It as well is also one letter away from twink. That's why I'm invested in it, because it's hilarious. It's a meme. Like, and honestly, strangely enough, it's actually done well for me for the entire time I've had it. So I've actually put more into it, and so it's like, okay, let my twink go to the moon, baby. Like, twinks unite, yeah, you know. So it's like, I'm alright with it, whatever. I did it for the lols, but it actually is good, I guess. So whatever. But like, there's an actual local news outlet called Wink. You're one letter away from twink. Like, come on.
Sent Aaron and Doug the notification that their test results came back negative.
You are currently caller number 121.
It said our wait time was
You will be waiting for 8 days, 4 hours, and 76 minutes and 21 seconds. Please stand by while you await your call. You have like the most stereotypical fucking like elevator music. Or whatever the fuck, just some shit.
And then 6 minutes. And then 8 minutes. I gave up after 40 minutes. I was getting nowhere. I went back to the...
This is pretty funny. Homie was like, this is great. he filmed himself giving up. I like that.
He filmed himself giving up. He actually kind of did. That was amusing. I mean, like, dude, we're a fucking company. It's just so fucking, like, snake oily and fraudulent. It's like, yo, fam, fucking local news trying to, like, you know, try to hit us up. Yo, let's just stall them out, make them give up, and let them record themselves giving up. It's like, I mean,
spicy.
They kind of unintentionally gave us some content on that one. Like, oh, let's just look at this guy giving up, though, low-key, though. Like, I mean, he just kind of flopped.
It said our wait time was 5 minutes, and then 6 minutes, and then 8 minutes. I gave up after...
Let me look at him. I mean, he's kind of chatting the fuck out, just like, I don't even give a fuck anymore. I'm giving up. Fuck this shit. So, like, I mean, he's just kind of chatting it out a little bit, just sitting there not giving a fuck. I mean, I gotta love that.
I like that. That's spicy.
The card that Kate's filled out, looked up doctor's clinical lab. I found...
That's in Chicago? I went there? OMG? Uh-oh, Shannon. Shannon, you should probably get another test.
Oh, shit. This is in Chicago? Uh-oh. Man, I feel bad for Chicago. Such a vibrant labor history in that city, and it's all gone to shit. It's all gone to shit.
This is where you got your
one ending in .net and another ending in .com. I called the
There's two different websites, but oh my god, they are. Oh my god, wow, dude, wow, what a Ponzi scheme, dude. Wow. Wow, this is a fucking scheme. I think there was one in Oregon that was ousted like this too, if I remember correctly. Like, what? These are popping up around, aren't they? What the fuck?
A spokesperson from the Miami-based company told me. So the Doctor's Clinical Laboratory Services that is using your logo and name on the west coast of Florida.
What is Wink News, bro? I don't know if this is real or not, okay? I'm sorry, but like...
Dude, I can't think... Like, when I see Wink, I can't think of anything else but Twink. Okay, I'm sorry. Like, Twink News, dude.
Not a...
Like, and low-key, though, this guy kind of looks like it, but he looks like a Chad Twink, though. Like, I mean, again, no king shame, though, you know, because, like, I mean, it's just, like, it kind of does. Like, this, it's not helping.
Exactly. It's not a part.
It's a virtual channel. It's a CBS-affiliated television station for Fort Myers, Florida. Motherfucking Florida, bro.
Florida? Oh, my God.
So when I looked for a number to the .com, I tried again. This time, a single page filled the screen. The message, quote, the patient you are trying to verify has been tested. If you need a copy of the report, call our lab, end quote. And there's a phone number. I called and heard this.
Thank you for calling Center for COVID Control.
Recognize that message? It's the Center for COVID Control. The company website says it is based in Illinois, operates more than 275 locations in 29 states, both...
Whoa! I see those little blimp bubbles in Oregon, dude. So they have been around here. So that's why I've heard about it.
COVID tests detects Omicron is highly effective.
How do they make money off this? Oh, because the government gives them money for the COVID test.
Yeah, that's how. That's how it's a Ponzi scheme, because they fucking hose down the taxpayers.
That they're administering.
Because they're free, but they have to give them out for free and shit. But the way they do it is because they get government fucking money to do it, even though it's a Ponzi scheme, because they're giving out false tests and false reports.
Octopus are going to take over the world.
It's in their benefit to just like act.
Well, there's like nature's rising up. Period. Like squirrels, the cockroaches. Like I saw a fucking article earlier today about a cockroach that was in some person's ear. Some poor bastard, had a cockroach in their ear for like 3 days.
Oh,
Like I've seen
for a couple hours. That was the most painful, noisy experience of my life.
Ugh. Yeah, and also I've seen
Big suckers.
I've seen articles in the past where orcas have actually directly attacked ships now, and there's not really a specific reason why, aside from the fact that they're rising the fuck up, like in the orca revolution's beginning. Like, I mean, like squirrel attacks. Like, I mean, dude, nature's rising up. Nature's, starting the revolution.
Nature will fuck you up.
And it's starting to learn. It's starting to, there's like, yeah, revolution, man.
Thing on octopuses.
They have like 5 brains and shit.
They have 3 hearts.
Yeah.
And their brains are
each connected to their arms and shit, so they can.
Their tentacles. Yes.
Yeah, it's a podcast that I watched, and they did an episode on octopuses, so I know a little bit about them.
Yeah,
they're fucking freaky, but so cool at the same time. I love them.
Yeah, they could change their shape and they're a xenomorph.
A xenomorph, dude. I mean, honestly, a little bit though. Like, I mean, there's
a xenomorph. They can change shape and size and color.
Well, I know not all octopuses can, but a lot of them can. Like, certain species are just so perfectly adapted to blend into their environments and shit. Like, there's some of them where you legit, like, I mean, when you see videos of them, you can't tell until, like, there's a disturbance, where they end up moving.
Yeah,
but before that, it just looks like they're either a part of the sand or, like,
they can change
they're a coral or, like, a rock-looking thing.
They can make shapes on their body and change
It's
colors.
it's legit
exactly
fucking
like
insane, like, what octopus can do. Like, honestly.
I saw the show, this guy that studies octopuses.
Octopucologist.
Aquarium in his house. There's an octopus in there. And the octopus would come up, when they came into the room, they'd come up and just like, oh, hello,
Yeah.
And they'd sit there and watch TV.
The octopus would be kind of aware of outside of its environment and,
Yeah, they'd watch TV and...
It probably couldn't actually watch it.
And
hang out on his arm.
Your hand, just, not grab onto it and bite you or something.
Yeah.
Unlike Curly.
Or Zukov. Yeah.
They'd come up and say, oh, hi, hey, give me a treat.
I mean, it's, I never heard of someone having a pet octopus, but now you're making it sound awesome. I mean, I want, like, if I were, I'd have a small one, so I can have, like, a big fat-ass aquarium for it to, like, just roam around in.
You need a sealed tank.
Well, yeah.
They will get out of anything.
Well, yeah, they're hyper-intelligent that way and shit. Like, yeah, it'll be a sealed tank and shit, but, like, I'd have, like...
They'll, like, undo a bolt to open the lid.
Yeah.
And get out to the next tank, grab a couple fish to eat on, and then get back into their tank.
Honestly, I would totally make a contraption like that. Like, every now and then I make, like, a little puzzle where, it will be locked, like, in a certain way where I can, detach, the other chambers so I can, get fish in there if I want to and all that shit. And let it, like, have, like, a feeding chamber in a way. Like, I would spoil the fuck out of this little guy.
Maze, and it did incredible things.
Yeah.
Squeeze little teeny
honestly, like, I would straight the fuck up would have, like, you know, if I were to have, like, a little octopus or something, I would straight up, like, have all sorts of, I'd make an aquarium, you know, like, spoil the fuck out of it, make a crazy-ass, like, little, like, big-ass chill-out aquarium where its normal area would be at, and then have, like, you know, tunnels that would lead into some crazy mazes and contraptions where there would be, like, treats, food, and shit like that.
That's what this was. And the octopus made it through the maze, and all the dead ends and everything, and then, like, made it through there, got its dinner, and went back home.
Yeah, exactly.
They're smart little buggers.
Yeah. If I had
over the world.
Yeah, like any pets I have, I spoil the shit out of them, including the squirrels, because, you know, the revolution of nature is coming, man. The squirrel revolutions, the revolution of the felinoids, the reptilians,
And
the
I
goddamn...
saw earlier,
like, I mean, there's...
world's top 10 funniest videos or something like that. Top 10 squirrel encounters. That was pretty funny.
The video of the dude, the poor bastard, getting attacked in his garage, or he yells at a squirrel saying, "You cocksucker." Like, that's my favorite, because that squirrel straight up did a mafia hit. Like, straight up. Like, I mean, I know squirrels can get rabies and shit, but, like, I mean, the behavior of that squirrel was nothing like it. Like, that squirrel was calculated, like, strategic, like, walked up on this guy and charged directly to its face. Directly to the poor bastard's face.
Yeah, top 10 squirrel encounter, the guy's just like, oh, there's a window and there's like paper or something like that.
If only you
and he's trying to like shoo the squirrel out the window. Squirrel jumped on his face and jumped out the window.
Man, honestly, if I like low key though, like if like that squirrel that raided like in your room and shit, like went on a recon mission, if it was stuck in the house, I honestly kind of wish. A part of me kind of wishes a little bit, because then I could have potentially tamed the squirrel further and then let it be on my shoulders and shit, being like, yo, you can trust me, I'm gonna let you outside, you know, I'm feeding you some nuts, but in the meantime, you know, you can be on my shoulder, we can chill for a second, we can be homies for a minute, and then you can tell all the squirrel friends I'm a homie and shit, giving you some nuts, because you're kind of like stuck in a corner.
Yeah, this one guy in the
they have to kind of, you know, warm you up, you know.
He stuck a nut in his mouth. You know, sat on the deck, stuck a nut in his mouth. Squirrel climbed up on him, grabbed the nut, and wandered off.
Honestly, the squirrels now at this point will actually, like, as soon as I start throwing nuts out there, if there's not any, they'll start approaching within, like, the first, like, 2 or 3 minutes. So it's like, whenever I actually have, like, you know, consecutive days off, I want to be outside doing that, because, you know, as soon as they start showing up, then if I'm just, you know, have, like, a bunch of nuts around me, instead of the usual area, and I'm just kind of sitting in the middle of the yard, maybe they'll eventually slowly kind of come up to me as I kind of toss some nuts out to them. Yeah, so, you know, they can kind of get a little bit more warmed up.
She was saying just like, yeah, every time
I just can't have Zukov out when I do that, though.
Swarm me, so I have to have a handful of nuts and throw them out in the yard, because she feeds squirrels.
Oh my god, I have a squirrel feeder that should be coming in by either tomorrow or Saturday maybe, and I'm probably gonna set that up somewhere next to my platform, so I can have like a beam that I can nail on that feeder and put across as like kind of a little bridge to the platform that I have now, to that little feeder, and then make it like another little platform for that to sit on.
It's hard as people try to get bird feeders.
I want to get one of those too.
Away from the squirrels. The squirrels always find a way in.
Yeah, like I'm gonna definitely have like a little bird feeder that's like kind of a squirrel resistant bird feeder that I want to hang somewhere. And then, you know, especially when those other 2 trees go down, you know, look at, you know, how the stumps are, then maybe kind of make like a little, make like a cool ass multiple building kind of like, you know, thing surrounding them and shit.
To leave stumps like about yay high.
Yeah, because for the one that's already pretty tall,
I can plant like salal and huckleberries and stuff on it.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, you know, for the tall one, I could probably, you know, take something to maybe even out the stumps that are on there now, and maybe put like a little platform on that. And maybe for the for the middle one, maybe have like on one end of it have like a smaller little platform, and then, you know, kind of at least have like one little corner be like a little sanctuary. Then like some huckleberries can grow from there and kind of like surround the, you know, little house itself. Would be like, you know, covered in huckleberry vines with like a little hole, you know, for the little squirrels to enter into, and maybe like one wall I can open up so I can put nuts in there and shit, and maybe kind of like fluff up some hay or something like that in there for them to be comfortable.
Where they gutted 12
clean it out and stuff,
feeders. I seen someone put up.
I have like a whole game plan
a
idea
bird
for what I want to
feeder
do for squirrels and shit. You know what I mean?
They had a whole obstacle course that the squirrel had.
I kind of want to do that. Maybe not like an obstacle course, but
the squirrel went through it.
Yeah, like I wouldn't necessarily make it like an obstacle course, but yeah, I want to have like a little.
Open the door, go through here.
Yeah.
Hang on the wire, all kinds of crap.
Yeah, but yeah, I wouldn't necessarily. Maybe I will have like some spots be kind of like a little obstacle course for them, but yeah, like I mean, I kind of want to have something like that where like they can have like little places, little walkways and shit like that. There used to be a broken branch that used to be up in between the trees that used to be standing really high up. That was like a little bridge, but that fell. I think one of the windstorms. So I kind of tied that in between other trees, but they don't really use that as much. But I want to reutilize that big branch and make that like a little bridgeway, for in between different platforms. So I'm thinking, I think I might use that for the squirrel feeder I'm getting and make like a little platform for that to sit on, and put that on the into something else. So I don't know. I'm thinking of some ideas.
What are you getting into? Oh, I see what you're getting into.
What's he getting into? Oh, he wants his little ball. Oh, sweet little baby. I think me talking about squirrels just really emphasized my need to get away from this thing. Actually, I'm getting out of that. Ugh.
Yeah, there you go.
Little sweet baby. Oh my god, is there...
where you can't get to it.
Oh my god, he's silly. And he drank all that water too? Oh my god.
No.
What the hell?
Where'd the ball go?
Yeah, where'd you put the ball, bro? Wait, why is there a rawhide stuck back behind here? What's wrong?
That must be a secret hiding spot.
Dude, what are you... Yeah, is this like your stash back? What are you doing? Am I gonna find like 3 or 4 toys back there from you? What the hell? Oh my god.
For some reason, every morning when I get up, I'm tripping over a dog toy. This one is especially...
Well, sorry. Well, it's like...
stepping on.
Well, I can stuff little treats in here. And I've actually done that. There's actually still a treat in here that he hasn't gotten to yet. You can't even get it out? Oh my god, I feel... Okay, maybe... Okay, hold on. Yeah, there's one he's been trying to get into, but he can't get it, apparently. I guess
I think it was like last night or the night before or something, but...
Can I even get it out?
Go to the bathroom, I trip over that thing.
Oh my god, can I even get it out?
Go back to bed, I'm just like, Zoocop left this toy in here. He must have snuck in and been playing around. Shred my room.
Well, see, that's why I'm trying to get as many toys as possible to minimize the shredding of other things.
The next thing I know, I'm waking up to Zoocop throwing that thing in the air and jumping around and playing. He wants to have it thrown. All kinds of stuff.
Who's a sweet baby?
Being a pup.
Who's a good baby? I love you. Yeah. You're getting all the love. Sweet love of
annoying,
switches.
But you're a good pup.
Oh, he's not annoying.
Stop chewing on wires.
Hopefully he hasn't done that.
That's gonna be the death of you, literally.
I'm hoping you haven't done that in the wild there, bro, but if I swear to God, if I catch you doing that again...
It wasn't a wire, but I had like a spaghetti tube irrigation thing I see you shredded over there.
Oh, yeah, See, this is why I'm trying to get more toys for him, so that doesn't happen as much. And I've caught him trying to shred the extension cord, and I caught him and I stopped him because you're a fucking dork. So, I mean, like when he does it and I catch him, I make sure he fucking knows better, but,
Yeah, definitely cords. You gotta stop him from eating.
Yeah, like, honestly, I could give a fuck if he shreds paper or any other shit, but cords, yeah, like, you don't need to do that, bro. And, oh my god, I really can't get this toy out of here. What the hell?
If he gets one that's plugged in.
I can't even get the... Oh my god, man. No wonder he couldn't get this treat out, because it really is stuck in here, bro. I'm sorry. I got one that's, like, even hard for me to get out. Jesus. Easy to get in, but hard to get out, bro. I'm sorry.
Give it to an octopus. He'll get it out.
Well, yeah, an octopus. Well, yeah, no shit. Yeah, it would. Here, I'll have to slide it in through here or something. I was thinking maybe he could get it through here, but I guess not. Here we go. There we go. Now I got it out. Cool. Yeah, I'll just have it. Here you go. Yeah, but I can get another one in here though. That won't be so hard. I'm running out of treats. I need to re-up him on treats. That's for sure. I'll just get these chips and shit. Just put some in there. Do that. Stuff you in there. Stuff you right in there, and then y'all. Let's put a few of them in here actually. Oh, you know, speaking of which, I actually have my iodine. It came in today for my microscope. My microscope iodine dye has finally arrived, so you know what? Part of me kind of wants to fucking fuck around with that. Okay, I can't break this. Okay, find those. But I need something that I could potentially fuck with, though. Oh, you know, I could, you know, get a slab sample out between either me or Zukov, one or the other. That's for sure. There you go. Take tiny little bits, stuff these bigger ones in here. This will be easy. Okay, is there any actually I can stuff in there? Oh, you know what? Yeah, crumbs. Nah, that's all crumbs. Is there a small one of these? I know, you're so intrigued. I know, bro. Hold on, give me a second. Here's a small piece. Yeah, that'll work. Just gonna shove it in there. Yeah, there we go. Hey, hey. Boop. There you go. How about that? Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't get that dropping the phone. Oh, this is a good big boy. Go get your toy. Yeah, go get it, bro. Fucking dork. Oh, we got one of them already. I mastered all geography. A Vosh clip. Have you now? Have you now there, Boosh? Honestly, I bet... where did that go? Like, even in my mild inebriated state, I bet I can ace a fucking geography test. Low-key, though. Not even gonna lie. Where the fuck... Oh, I see it. I mean, at least for me, it's just like... I'm not even like, you know, like somebody that's like, has like some like hyper affinity for geography, but like... I have a really good memory and a really good, you know, sense about geography overall, though. Like, I can kind of figure out, you know, that type of shit. It's like, hey. Like, I'm probably the only American that knows where the fuck Bulgaria is. Same with fucking, like, Nicaragua or goddamn, you know, like some random obscure country and shit.
Be careful.
Zukov, get the fuck over here, bro.
Exactly, be careful.
Oh my god. Bandito! Zukov! Oh! Zukov! Oh my, oh sweet Jesus. There's a catalyst of insanity. There's Curly, there's Bandit, there's Zukov. Oh my god. I'm getting Bandit. I want to protect him. My boy. My Bandito. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Hey, everyone else,
Bandito. Hey, buddy. I will protect you, bro. I got you. I got you, fam. What's up, buddy? You just kind of got pounced by Zukov, huh? Oh, you're upset. I know. You're okay, buddy. I got you, bro. Zukov, leave the fuck... leave Bandit the fuck alone, bro. Like, come on. This handsome sweet boy don't need none of your bullshit. Oh, you handsome boy. You want some food, don't you? You handsome, elegant boy. You want some food, don't you? Yes, you do. Look at you. Who's just so sweet, handsome little boy? Who's so sweet, handsome little boy? Yes, you. It's who's a king. Who's a handsome king? I'm even debating if I should call you a prince, Zukov. This king looks down at you and debates whether you should even be an heir. Fucking Christ alive. Oh my god, he made a beeline. Damn, son. See, that's why you're not gonna be an heir. Zukov, 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 come here. Zukov, 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 come here. Come on, come here. Zukov, you need to listen to me. That a boy. That a boy. See, you need to come here when I say come here. Oh my god, you're fucking adorable. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What is with all this cuteness? Why are you so cute? Why? What the fuck is with this? Yeah. This is big. God, you're a fucking dork. You think I'm doing anything for you? I'm setting myself up for some shit. You don't need to fucking worry about what I'm doing. Oh my god, you like every little motion I make must be dedicated for you, isn't it? That's what I thought. The guy made him chill out for a second. I was like, whoa, what was that? Alright, this is what you're missing out on. Yeah, do you want that? Yeah, it's just weed. Yeah, that's what I thought. You're like, what the hell is this? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what you're missing out on. Yeah, nothing of interest, nothing you want, nothing you give a fuck about. I swear, if he was about to like lick this tray or something, I was gonna be a little offended. I'm like, I would have been a little upset. Luckily, he didn't. He didn't do that. That just would have been a what the fuck moment. I know there's actually like some CBD treats and shit like that that are, you know, I like the little pet store that I go to every now and then. So I think, you know, at a certain point I might give him some of those. Maybe like around in July or August probably, but not right now. I let him grow a little more. Let his old doggo braid develop a little more. See, little boy. You know, look, I'm kind of debating. Don't I make some, like, whole wheat noodles? Like, cut up the chicken tenders I have, mix that up together? Or do I just have the chicken tendies? So if I do, I think I might make a sauce base with the honey mustard I have. But I don't want to add extra shit to it, though. Ooh. What if I add an egg with a little bit of seasoning in it? Mix that up. Put that in a little pan. Stuff all that honey mustard as it kind of cooked up a little bit. Kind of let it all mix together. Kind of blend a little. Make a little sauce base. Mix all the noodles in that. You know, that just... experimental as fuck, but sounds good. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm hungry as fuck right now. And that just sounds amazing. An experiment nonetheless, but amazing. Might have to take a picture if I, like, yeah, I might just do that. I might just do that. It's a little experiment, but, you know, I think it might be a little fun. It might actually work. Let's have, like, a bunch of tendies in this son of a bitch, but, like, hey. And just, like, a simple spice base, you know. Just a little bit of Creole seasoning, salt, pepper, onion, garlic powder. Simple. Put it all right there. All in one. Boom. Oh, that sounds like gameplay right there, I tell you what. Oh, that just sounds amazing. Can I help you? Is there something I can do for you? Do I have bacon bits? Oh, if I mix that to... oh my god. If I have bacon bits... oh, dude. We're popping. If I don't, I'm gonna be kind of disappointed. Because that will pop on that shit. If I have just regular bacon to cook, I'll do that too. But I have carne asada. Chicken carne asada with a little bit of noodle. Ooh, but I might have to change it up with the sauce though. I have options to experiment here. Chicken with carne asada with noodles there, with like a honey mustard sauce base. Dude, that's actually... I mean, I kind of massacred Italian and Mexican food with, like, the noodles, eggs, and carne asada from yesterday, so, I mean, I could just massacre it further with what I'm going to do this time around, so, you know what, fuck it. I'll massacre, you know, Italian, Mexican cuisine further. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan right there, I tell you what, yeah. I'll have to at least send a picture so next time I stream I can show off the scrumptious dankness. Because I know this much, no matter what, it will taste amazing. Ain't no way in hell it won't taste amazing. If it doesn't taste amazing, you know. Like, it might not be like, you know, Graham Elliott, Gordon Ramsay, and Joe Bastiano level fucking, you know, like, qualification, but you know what? That's not the fucking, that's not the point. It's not what matters. This matters that qualifies for me. But yeah, I also want to do that though, so I definitely will smoke this last bill right here, y'all. And I think I'll just start smacking up myself on a little bit of cooking. Feel my belly getting a nice fat food coma. Amazing. Anyway, Gonna make me some dank. And call it good for now. So, at least in the meantime, I'll be around for that next one. So, peace out. And of course, see you then. So.